Chapter 851. On the next night, in a snowfield dimensional space on the outskirts of Fun City, the violent ice roar engulfed the bodies of the white ghouls again and again, and the white ghouls' heavy and strong bodies were immediately turned into minced meat without much struggle. An elite team was practicing formations and studying tactics in the snowfield. In front of them were two ferocious beasts that had transformed from Star Warrior. One of them was a giant lynx that had transformed from two tails, while the other was an elegant three-tailed fox that had transformed from Sharingia. The three-tailed fox was snow-white in color and had scarlet eyes. It had snow-white fur and three long and large tails. When Sharingia first transformed from Star Warrior, the body of the three-tailed fox was about 10 meters long and was extremely large like a hill. After continuous communication and adjustments with Second Last, the 5-meter-long lynx grew by 2 meters, while the 10-meter-long three-tailed fox shrank by 3 meters. When he first saw that scene, Jiang Shao was a little dumbfounded. He knew very little about animal star maps, but these people can still adjust the size of animals to a certain extent? What made Jiang Shao even more astonished was that he saw the energy ball converging in front of the three-tailed fox's face, which was similar to Juliet's rainforest civet star technique when Jiang Shao participated in the star pet competition previously. The energy ball spun rapidly and was mixed with fire elements. After being shot out by the three-tailed fox, it drowned the large white ghouls and even had an explosive effect. The great sage who was holding a rod was in the middle of the two ferocious beasts. Ignoring the people at the back, just the 3 people at the front were already a team with explosive damage output. The white ghouls cried, "I'm just a brass-quality minion. Do you have to use cannons to attack me?" Behind the 3 of them were the Heavenly Hound and Fu Hei, who were the shield and healer. Behind the 2 of them were Han Jiangxue and Li Yishu. The 2 Starry Sea Dharma Kings were in sync, and after several discussions, they decided to avoid using large-scale output star techniques as much as possible. Hence, the 2 of them chose the star technique Ice Roar, which was powerful and had a moderate range. The Northwest King, Li Yishu, also had a platinum-quality Ice Roar from the Snow Mountain region. It was worth mentioning that both of them were riding on Pegasi. Li Yishu's star pet was Baishan Shuyu, while Han Jiangshua's Pegasus was Second Last's pet. Behind the 2 casters was Ho Mingming, who was also riding a white mountain snow feather. He could tell that the Tail Feather Regiment did think highly of Ho Mingming. Ever since Ho Mingming received the ultimate mission, he had reached the Starfall stage and obtained a new star slot. The Guardians of the Night in the Northwest gave him the best star pet, White Mountain Snowfeather. The 3 of them were arranged in a triangular formation. They were the core damage dealers of the team. The 2 mages fought. Of course, strictly speaking, there were also 3 astral pets of the platinum rank in the output team of the 3. Behind the trio was Jiang Shao, who was all alone. His stance showed how much Li Yishu valued Jiang Shao. He really did not treat Jiang Shao as an ordinary medical awakened star warrior. Jiang Shao had 2 tasks. One was to provide medical help to the team, and the other was to protect the rear of the team. The only free person in the team was Shadow Crow, who had autonomy that no one else had. When the team changed their strategy and advanced steadily, the Great Sage was the only one left in front of Second Last and the Grace and Tribulation Society. He was the vanguard of the vanguards. In other words, the Great Sage, Second Last, Jiang Shao was the Grace and Tribulation Society. The 4 of them were the core team's protective shell. They charged, retreated, changed their formation, and evolved their tactics. The snowfield was turned upside down by the rampaging team. However, be it the Guardians or the Guardians of the Night, those who saw the team did not seem too shocked. The snowfield space had received batches of top teams, and the soldiers there had seen all sorts of top warriors. Hence, they were already used to it. The soldiers did not seem shocked, but they were not expressionless either. In fact, the soldiers all looked rather sullen because they knew where their comrades were going. The teams that went out of here all ended up in a bad state. Ming Ming. In the snowfield, Jiang Shao sat under a tree, leaned against it, and waved at Ho Mingming. It was a rare moment of rest for the tail feathers. Ho Mingming stroked Baishan Shuyu's snow-white mane and strode over. What's the matter? Jiang Shao looked up at Baishan Shuyu behind her and said with a smile, It's underage, right? It's only been a few months, right? It's much smaller in size compared to the other two Baishan Shuyu. Ho Mingming nodded and said, But it can already fight. Besides, Baishan Shuyu grows rapidly and matures very quickly. It'll be less mature in half a year. Jiang Shao smiled and said, Don't worry, I'll take good care of it. Ho Mingming walked towards Jiang Shao and leaned against the tree trunk with one hand. She sat down and asked, Okay, what's the matter? Jiang Shao said, I saw your star transformation bow just now. The effects of the withering bow are very special and amazing. Ho Mingming pondered for a while and said, Everyone's star map is different. I just feel lucky that the withering bow chose me. Jiang Shao said, Have you figured out how to use the short blades on both sides of the bow and arrow? Ho Mingming nodded, but then she shook her head and said, After advancing to the starfall stage, I had an experience of enlightenment. However, it only helped me consolidate my basic archery skills and the advanced version of archery skills, allowing me to use the bow more smoothly. However, it didn't give me too many ways to use the short blades on both sides of the bow. It only taught me some basic usage methods. It's very basic and requires very little knowledge. It's easy to master. In comparison, this star map focuses more on the way to use the bow and arrow. Jiang Shao nodded thoughtfully and said, It's already a very powerful star map that has a withering effect. Maybe we've been too greedy. Jiang Shao seemed to be trying to get to the bottom of the matter. He continued, I saw from the information that there are two ways to attack after your star map is transformed into a weapon? Ho Mingming nodded and said, Yes, there are two. One is a regular arrow and the other is a big arrow. However, the big arrow consumes a lot of star power and energy. Star power is still manageable because I'm already in the starfall stage and have enough star power. However, energy consumption is a huge problem. After shooting the big arrow, I'll be extremely exhausted, and conventional medical methods won't be able to recover. I can only go to sleep to rejuvenate and rejuvenate. Jiang Shao said, Of course, we've been fighting for a few days and nights. With Fu Hei and my recovery star techniques, our physical strength can be replenished, but mental exhaustion can only be made up for with sleep. Ho Mingming turned to look at Jiang Shao with glistening eyes. She said seriously, I'll shoot down a dragon. Jiang Shao said, They're all platinum quality and above, capped at the star quality. Even if some dragons don't have any defensive star techniques, their defense is still terrifyingly high. You don't have to put too much pressure on yourself. Ho Mingming stared at Jiang Shao stubbornly and said, I'll shoot down a dragon. Okay, let's shoot, Jiang Shao said helplessly. Ho Mingming was speechless. Jiang Shao continued, Can I take a look at your star map again? Of course. Ho Mingming stood up and took a step back, after which the withering bow star map lit up. The pitch-black star map of the bow and arrow was displayed, and there were two short blades on both sides of the bow. The entire star map was covered in pitch-black starlight, which looked extremely cool, mysterious, and beautiful. Jiang Shao licked his lips with excitement in his eyes. Great! You're the second star map. Withering bow. Long-range output, it's up to you now. Ho Mingming looked at Jiang Zhao's passionate gaze and frowned slightly. She asked, Do you have any more questions? This time, Jiang Zhao's attitude was very firm and he said in a commanding tone, Stand at attention. Ho Mingming was already a very qualified soldier. Upon hearing the order, she reflexively stood up straight, puffed out her chest, and raised her head like a sharp blade that had been unsheathed. Jiang Shao continued, Hold up the star map and stand in a military stance. Ho Mingming stared straight ahead and didn't say anything else. All the doubts she had were buried deep in her heart. The other team members saw the scene, but none of them asked anything. Fu Hei glanced at Second Last, who was standing under a tree and staring at the snowfield in the distance. She seemed indifferent to everything that was happening. Jiang Shao stared at the star map in front of Ho Mingming quietly with a solemn and serious expression. He carefully observed every detail, as if he wanted to completely imprint the Withering Bough star map in his mind. After a full 10 minutes, Jiang Shao said, "Okay, let's take a break." As soon as Jiang Shao finished speaking, Second Last said, "Recall your star pets and get information." Everyone hurriedly stood up, and apart from Jiang Shao, the other 8 people lined up in 2 rows. Second Last walked over and gestured for Jiang Shao to follow. She then turned around and said to Han Jiangxue, "Go back to the entrance." Han Jiangxue held a ball of ripples in her hand, and at the next moment, a translucent teleportation shield appeared and everyone disappeared without a trace. After walking out of the snowfield, Han Jiangxue led everyone back to the auditorium on the west side of the first floor of the Shermao Hotel under Second Last's orders. Second Last said, "Tonight is the last night we can sleep peacefully. Now go back to your room and sleep. After washing up, we'll go to bed immediately. We'll eat in the restaurant at 6 a.m. tomorrow. We'll gather at the entrance at 6:20 a.m. Due to the special nature of our mission and the special region we're in, we have to take conventional means of transportation. Do you understand?" After hearing the response of the team members, Second Last said, "Nine-tailed, stay behind. Everyone else, disperse." Everyone left one after another and Jiang Shao looked at Second Last in bewilderment. Second Last waved her hand and opened the door of the Scourge ruins. She then tilted her head and looked inside. Jiang Shao scratched his head and thought, "What? Is this chick trying to imprison me?" Under Second Last's gaze, Jiang Shao strode into her Scourge ruins. Second Last followed and closed the door of the Scourge ruins. "You're studying her star map." "Ah, you found out," Jiang Shao said with a chuckle. Second Last sighed gently. During the solemn preparation stage of the mission and the oppressive atmosphere, she would always feel a little relaxed whenever she talked to Jiang Shao. Second Last said, "Change it, I'll watch." "Change it, then," Jiang Shao said casually as the Big Dipper star map lit up in front of him. Afterwards, the Big Dipper star map lit up with a dazzling ray of light and the star map transformed. Jiang Shao closed his eyes tightly and recalled Sister P's Withered Bough star map. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Second Last initially thought that Jiang Zhao's star map was dazzling enough, but a few seconds later, the light became even more dazzling, as if it was going to blind her. Hence, Second Last had no choice but to cover her eyes. She squinted and tried her best to look at the star map in front of Jiang Shao through the gaps between her slender fingers. As the light faded, Second Last slowly put down her right hand, only to see that there was a thick, black bough in front of Jiang Zhao's chest. There were also 2 short blades on both sides of the pitch-black bough, which were also pitch-black in color. Specks of pitch-black starlight constantly fell down, piecing together an extremely dazzling pattern. In the internal star map, the option to create a star map had become 2/3, in the brackets behind the star quality earthly light star technique. Changing the star map was different from creating a star map. Jiang Shao could change his star map at will, but it was only for camouflage. There was a limit to the number of times he could create a star map, and he could also turn it into a weapon. Second Last looked down at Jiang Zhao's brand new star map and asked, "Can I turn it into a weapon like Flower Blade?" Jiang Shao said, "Not for the time being. I'm not proficient enough in archery yet. I haven't been recognized by the star map yet." "Okay. Use one of your decoy skills to train your archery skills. Given your talent, how long do you think you'll need to take out this withered bough?" Second Last nodded. Jiang Shao looked at his internal star map and realized that the archery mastery on the list of basic skills was only of gold quality level 3. According to Flower Blade's experience, he had to be at least of platinum quality in order to turn a star map into a weapon. However, Jiang Shao said, "You don't have to worry. I'm talented and I'll naturally be able to pick it up when it's time." Second last was speechless. Seeking monthly votes, bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 852. I'll take this opportunity to retrieve my star pet, Jiang Shao said while opening the door of Second Last's Calamity Ruins and walking in. Staring at Second Last, who was following him, Jiang Shao reminded, "Don't open the door of your Calamity Ruins again in my Calamity Ruins. Otherwise, we'll both be trapped here." To Jiang Zhao's surprise, Second Last said, "It's good too. There aren't many people here and it's quiet." Jiang Shao was speechless. If Jiang Shao were to say that, he would definitely think that it meant something else. However, since Second Last said it, it should be what she meant, right? Jiang Shao glanced at Second Last in bewilderment, unsure if he had just been flirted with unknowingly. Second Last frowned slightly and looked at Jiang Shao. "What's the matter?" "It's nothing. Let's go. I'll take you to see the humming whale." Jiang Shao reached out and grabbed Second Last's arm. Jiang Shao and the gardener's skin were connected mentally and their senses were interlinked. Jiang Shao then led Second Last to open the spacetime rift. Whoosh! At the next moment, the two of them stepped on the thick snow on the top of a snowy mountain and stood on the cliff. The stars were dazzling in the night sky. Under the night sky, a huge creature was slowly swimming and soaring in the sky. It was the big fish that was free and unrestrained. Buzz! The ethereal sound of a whale penetrated the night sky and drifted to an unknown distance. The bright moonlight and the dazzling stars reflected the massive body of the humming whale. Although it seemed to be moving slowly, it was not swimming slowly. Second Last's breathing paused slightly, and she looked into the distance, only to see the slow-moving but rapidly approaching giant fish. There was a gardener's skin wearing a fisherman's hat sitting cross-legged on the head of the humming whale. "How is it? It's big, right?" Jiang Zhao's voice sounded from afar, which overlapped with Jiang Zhao's voice. However, they came from two different directions. Buzz! Second Last pursed her lips and stared at the massive body that was approaching her with her long and narrow eyes that reflected the light of the stars in the night sky. It was Second Last's first time seeing the humming whale, and she could hear the joy in its voice. It was the umpteenth time that the humming whale had seen Second Last, and it could sense that the terrifying woman seemed to like it a lot. The humming whale carefully swam to the edge of the cliff. Even though it knew that this woman was very strong, it was still afraid that it would not be able to control the distance properly and crash into the cliff, sending the two of them tumbling out. Second Last slowly stretched her hand out and stroked the cold and soft skin of the humming whale. In her line of sight, the black and white wavy patterns on the skin were constantly moving up and down. Then, a large eye slowly stopped in front of her. "Ha!" Second Last stood on the snowy mountain and took a deep breath before exhaling a puff of white mist. Her menacing gaze had already softened. She had spent her entire life in the military and had traveled extensively. She could be said to have seen many things, but such a mystical creature, such a shocking star beast, had already exceeded her imagination. Second Last said softly, "You're the only one who deserves such a partner." Jiang Shao and the gardener's actions were surprisingly consistent. They both scratched their heads and didn't know what to say. Second Last looked at the huge eye of the humming whale in front of her and felt as if she had fallen into the void. She continued, "When a normal star warrior sees it, their first reaction would be to flee. However, when it shows kindness, the star warrior might think about how to make use of it, how to defeat it, or how to subdue it." Jiang Shao said, "You're right. If I can become friends with you, I can become friends with any species in this world." Second Last's hand stiffened slightly. Before she could say anything, she suddenly felt that she had already connected with the humming whale mentally. There were no words or words, but there were strong emotions. It was a kind of joy of reunion. It had been a long time since Second Last felt so full of emotions. Ever since Jiang Shao had the bait, she rarely felt the joy of reunion when she saw him again. However, she didn't expect to experience such wonderful emotions in another creature's heart today. Second Last remained silent for a long time before saying in a hoarse voice, "Thank you." It was a pleasant surprise that she found hard to accept. If possible, she would rather choose to bear the heaviness of life than the lightness of it. She suddenly discovered that there was a creature in this world that she had never met before who was silently missing her and yearning to meet her. "Haha, let's go." Jiang Shao pressed his hand on the skin of the humming whale, after which layers of rich star power broke apart and surged into Jiang Zhao's chest. Having lost his mount, the gardener's skin fell from the sky, and on the precipice, a small tree rapidly grew. Then, its branches swept out, becoming thicker and thicker, growing even larger than the small tree itself. The thick and flexible branches wrapped around the gardener's body and sent it to the cliff before landing beside the two of them. Jiang Shao also teleported back to the stone villa with the two of them. Here, they were already deep in the mountains and forests. The huge lake was like an ocean with no end in sight. At the lakeside, a huge stone villa rose from the ground, standing in the lush forest. The night sky, snow mountains, deep forests, lakes, and houses formed a peaceful and harmonious scene. It was really quiet and peaceful, just like Second Last said. The gardener's skin also activated his scourge ruins and Jiang Shao strode in. He also saw the snoring bear, and on the belly of the bear, there was a little fat boy curled up, drooling. It was little Candle, who was sleeping soundly. The drool was, of course, star-powered. Jiang Shao put the two of them into the star map, and at the same time, he was blindfolded by a pair of small hands. The corners of Jiang Zhao's mouth curled up slightly. The old song struck home. "You secretly covered my eyes. Do you want me to guess who you are?" Behind him, the hood of the Sea Devourer moved to the right, and the mist in the hood emitted a thick mist. It looked at Jiang Zhao's side profile curiously. At the collar, two little hands stuck out to Jiang Zhao's eyes, and the cloak was also draped over Jiang Zhao's body. From merry to sunny and ivory. Jiang Shao continued to hum softly and suddenly exclaimed, "Ha! I got it! You're the Sea Soul Fish Demon." The Sea Devourer was dumbfounded. Second Last stood at the door of the training space and stared at Jiang Shao speechlessly. For some reason, she suddenly had an urge to kick him. Jiang Shao reached his hand out and put the hood on his head while chuckling. He pointed at the glass display cabinet that was illuminated by the Sea Soul lamp and said, "Second Last, there's a baby here that I prepared for Xia Yan. If you want, you can come and get it anytime." Second Last nodded calmly and said, "Okay. My Sea Devourer robe is like a warden who has been keeping an eye on the baby of the Sea Devourer. Now that I'm taking it away, I'm a little worried that the baby of the Sea Devourer will do something." Jiang Shao leaned forward and floated towards the display cabinet. He said, "Wait a moment, I'll throw the Sea Soul lamp and Sea Soul mask into the lake. They'll like the environment there." On the other side, Gardener Pai had already grabbed two bells and was about to hang them in the stone villa. Although the training space was rich in star power, it was better to isolate the baby of the Sea Devourer. Even if it wasn't isolated, someone had to keep an eye on it. Jiang Shao planned to let Gardener Pai and the sparring partner who accompanied Second Last to train together outside to strengthen their swordsmanship and bow. He didn't want the two baits to be distracted. Besides, the Sea Devourer was a platinum-quality creature, after all. Hence, there was a certain degree of danger to it. Everything would be fine if it was locked up. After doing all that, Jiang Shao brought Second Last back to the space door and jumped out before entering Second Last's Scourge ruins. Second Last opened the door again, and the two of them returned to the small hall of the hotel. Let's go back to sleep. Jiang Shao was wearing a black cloak. Due to the fact that Little Candle was sleeping soundly in the star map, the Sea Devourer robe did not have any spiraling white flame patterns. Jiang Shao said, but he noticed that Second Last seemed to be hesitant to say something. What's wrong with you? Jiang Shao turned around and looked at Second Last, after which he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. His body slowly floated up and was at the same height as Second Last. Ah, so this is what it feels like to be at the same height. Jiang Zhao's body continued to float up by 20 centimeters and he looked down at Second Last. Go ahead, I'll approve it. Second Last looked up at Jiang Shao and said slowly, Thank you for letting me experience all of this. Jiang Shao was speechless. Second Last calmed down and said calmly, True emotions and beautiful experiences. Jiang Shao barked angrily, You're setting death flags for me. Second Last raised her eyebrows and asked in bewilderment, What do you mean? Jiang Shao smiled and said, When I was in the Stardust stage, I could pull you back from hell in the snowfield. If I can save you once, I can save you countless times. Second Last stared at Jiang Shao, feeling rather bewildered. The humming wail just now had a huge impact on her soul. Under such special circumstances, it was rare for Second Last to express her true emotions. What nonsense was Jiang Shao talking about? Jiang Shao then stretched his hand out and patted Second Last's head gently. I've been wandering for a few years, and it's time for me to do something that I should be doing. Meeting me is the beginning of your career as a star warrior. We still have a long way to go in the future. Second Last tilted her head and frowned before dodging Jiang Zhao's palm. Jiang Shao said, Go to sleep. Just like what you asked everyone to do just now, get a good night's sleep and rejuvenate. Second Last looked up at Jiang Shao and didn't say anything else. She then strode forward and knocked Jiang Shao away before walking towards the door of the auditorium. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and thought, This woman clearly has the space-time rift. Why does she have to walk? Say it. Do you just want to knock me? Jiang Shao looked at her back and yelled, Don't let your imagination run wild. Wash up and go to bed immediately. I'll check on you. Second Last pushed open the door of the small auditorium and said, You can try. Jiang Shao grinned and said, She asked me to try. She actually asked me to try? Is she provoking me? The hood suddenly fell off Jiang Zhao's head and the cloak moved up, revealing the side of Jiang Zhao's face. She looked at Jiang Shao and nodded repeatedly. Jiang Shao was speechless. Climax. Chapter 853. The next day, in the morning, everyone lined up, got on a minibus, and went directly out of the room. After nearly half an hour of driving, the minibus slowly drove into a military base in the deep mountains and forests. There were high walls and a large number of soldiers standing guard. After passing through layers of checks, they finally drove into the core area of the military base. There were high walls everywhere, and a large number of soldiers were standing guard. After passing through layers of checks, they finally drove into the core area of the military base. The composition of the guards there was rather complicated. Jiang Shao saw soldiers from China and the Russian Federation in the layers of checkpoints. Clearly, the Dragon Cave was jointly guarded by the two countries. Unlike what Jiang Shao had imagined, the door of the dimensional space in the Dragon Cave seemed to be opened underground. After entering the central base, they took the elevator under the lead of an officer and went all the way down to the 33rd underground floor. Jiang Shao wasn't sure which floor it was. Anyway, there were only 7 floors on the keyboard of the elevator, and the second last was the 33rd underground floor. Tisk, tisk. Jiang Shao sighed in amazement. It was the first time Jiang Shao had seen a military base of such a level. The security was extremely tight, and even though second last was leading the team, Jiang Shao still had to carry the Soul Devourer in his hand and wear the official Guardians of the Night uniform before entering. In the underground base, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue stood in the team and walked side by side. Both of them had a soul of the sea devourer hanging on their arms. All of a sudden, Jiang Shao felt his right hand being gently held. Jiang Shao froze for a moment and turned around, only to see Han Jiangshue's complicated expression. Jiang Shao asked softly, "What's the matter?" Han Jiangshue answered softly, "Did you notice the look in the soldier's eyes?" Jiang Shao pondered for a while and did not respond. In the underground base, all the soldiers who were standing guard and passing by, be it the Chinese or Russian Federation soldiers, were looking at them with a gentle gaze. Yes, the so-called gentle gaze included a series of emotions such as encouragement, pity, and sighing. In such a base that was jointly guarded by both countries, Jiang Shao initially thought that the soldiers of the Russian Federation would not be too friendly to the Chinese army. Regardless of whether they were guarding the base together or not, the soldiers had their own professional glory and cohesiveness. Hence, they would secretly compete with each other. However, the soldiers here were behaving strangely. When the soldiers of the Russian Federation looked at this team, there was no hostility or competitive spirit. Instead, there was more of a feeling of sending them off and sighing. Jiang Shao didn't think that such a situation was formed in a day, and he reckoned that it must have undergone a long period of evolution to form a unique atmosphere in the base. As the door of a house opened, Jiang Shao immediately saw the space door in the transparent glass cover. No, it could no longer be called a large spatial door. It was terrifyingly small. Inside the glass, there were 4 soldiers standing in a military posture. They were so close to the spatial gate, and it was unknown what kind of method they were using to guard this place. Maybe they all have space-type star techniques? Once something happens, it will open the space parcel in all directions? As long as a dragon race creature ran out, it wouldn't be able to go out and cause trouble. Is that so? Jiang Shao secretly speculated, but he soon denied his own thoughts. Why? That was because the space gate was simply too small. With the enormous bodies of the dragon race, it was impossible for them to come out. How big was this spatial gate? Was it about 50 square meters? Even if humans entered, they would have to be careful. Otherwise, their bodies might be cut. A middle-aged soldier brought everyone to the front of the glass cover, turned around, and looked at the team behind him. You have 20 days to explore. Pay attention and plan your time well. The man's tone was extremely calm, and unlike the soldiers he had seen previously, he did not show any emotions. It was as if he really wanted everyone to return safely after 20 days. Jiang Shao looked at the small space hole and asked, "Is this the entrance to the Dragon Cave?" As you can see, yes. At the side, a male soldier of the Russian Federation walked over and spoke fluent Mandarin. He grabbed the name list from the Chinese soldiers and compared them one by one. The Huaxia soldier said to everyone, "This dimensional space is very different from other dimensional spaces. We still don't know why, but no electronic equipment can be used there. I'm sorry, we can't provide you with technical support." Second last nodded. They had long been aware of that. The Russian soldier said, "After entering the Dragon Cave, please leave the area of the space hole immediately. Don't let any dragons get close to the space hole. Many species of dragons have perception-type star technique. You've already been exposed the moment you enter. Dragons are indeed arrogant creatures, but when some of them sense the star power fluctuations on your bodies, they will have a vague understanding of your abilities. Your team is the best of the best, so they might take the initiative to fight you." The Chinese soldier patted Second Last's arm and said, "Comrades, come back alive." "Tail Feather Regiment," Second Last said in a hoarse voice. She turned around and looked at everyone. "Enter the Dragon Cave." Second Last then took the lead and opened the glass door on both sides. She then looked at the 4 soldiers who were standing guard and arched her legs before plunging into the space hole like a javelin. Everyone behind her leaped in one after another. Jiang Shao followed closely behind Han Jiangshue and barged into the so-called Dragon Cave. At the next moment, Jiang Zhao's vision suddenly darkened. He looked up to see that it was a beautiful night sky with dazzling meteors streaking across the night sky. They shuttled back and forth against the backdrop of the Milky Way. It was more spectacular than any meteor shower of any constellation, and it seemed to be falling all the time. Jiang Zhao opened his mouth wide in a daze. The night sky with the dazzling Milky Way suddenly became bright and an unimaginably large star rose rapidly from one side, illuminating the entire space. The speed at which it rose was so fast that Jiang Zhao found it hard to adapt to it. Gulp. Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple squirmed. Everything here was in the information, but when Jiang Zhao saw it with his own eyes, he was still greatly astonished. With the help of the bright sky, Jiang Zhao looked ahead, only to see a world of ice and snow. On the right was a wilderness full of boulders and weeds. Occasionally, stars would fall. On the left, there was a dense forest shrouded in fog. Behind him was an endless grassland, and he could see the scene of rivers converging. Is this the junction of the 4 terrain zones? Jiang Zhao looked into the distance and sized up the surrounding environment, only to see that the world had suddenly changed at this moment. The scorching and massive star streaked across the top of everyone's heads and quickly landed on the other side of the mountain. The sky immediately darkened, and the Milky Way was dazzling in the night sky with meteors falling like rain. Damn it. Han Jiangxue, the destination is the edge of the world of ice and snow. Teleport. Second last ordered and immediately left the area of the space cave in order to avoid attracting other dragon creatures in the special, safe terrain. Whoosh, the black space teleportation shield was activated, and everyone immediately arrived at the edge of the world of ice and snow. Jiang Zhao and Han Jiangxue put on the Soul Sea Devourer one after another, and everyone quickly dispersed. All of a sudden, 3 white mountain snow feathers were summoned. Jiang Zhao looked down at the ground under his feet and thought to himself, the terrain is too strange. Even if there's snow, it should be gradual, right? There seemed to be a clear boundary between the wilderness under Jiang Zhao's feet and the ground that was covered with thick snow a few meters in front of him. It was incredible. The information said that it was caused by the crystal dragon's domain. The information also said that the existence of dragons did not distinguish between terrain and terrain. Hence, one shouldn't think that the crystal dragon was the only existence in the world of ice and snow. The terrain could only prove that there were indeed crystal dragons there, but other dragons also lived there. Under the snow-covered mountains, one wouldn't know which mountain was hiding a hidden dragon, nor would they think of a fog dragon causing trouble everywhere. Or perhaps there was a dragon imprisoning turtle hiding underground, waiting for its prey to take the bait. Heh! Second last took a deep breath, and the snowflakes and ice crystals floating 1 meter in front of her proved that it was the crystal dragon's ice crystal domain, perception, which was likely to be mixed with the star technique ice crystal snow, damage. Once they stepped in, the battle would break out at any time. While thinking about it, the huge red sun rose rapidly from the east again, scorching the world and shining on everything. Everything here was a little too strange. Jiang Zhao had been to the lower dimension and the upper dimension, where there was no day or night, nor were there any seasons. But here, the Dragon Cave, is this really the so-called lower dimension? Is this really a dimensional space? Besides, how did such an extreme environment form such a variety of terrains? If we're lucky, we'll face a crystal dragon. Are you ready? Second last asked in a hoarse voice while staring at the ice crystal snow in front of her. It won't rest until it's dead. Amidst the silence, Jiang Zhao's voice suddenly sounded from the back of the team. Isn't this a coincidence? Second last turned around and glanced at Jiang Zhao with a smirk. She took a step forward and slowly stretched her hand out, after which she reached her hand into the floating ice crystals and the falling snow. Tail feathers. Second last strode forward and a lynx star map suddenly lit up on her body. The blurry lynx continued to enlarge and became increasingly exquisite and lifelike. Second last then transformed into a giant lynx that was 7 meters long, and the tufts of fur on the tips of her ears swayed gently. Beside her, the great sage wrapped his arm around the rod and tied a red headband on his forehead before lifting his fluffy bangs. Next to sun dashing, Shurenjia's star map lit up and kept enlarging. A huge and elegant three-tailed fox appeared. Its snow-white fur was spotless, and its 3 huge tails swayed back and forth rhythmically, creating a beautiful melody. Neigh, 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 the 3 white mountain snow feathers neighed, sending the fiery red sun off to the west. The giant lynx strode elegantly into the ice crystal domain. Roar, rumble! The sound of thunder filled the air, and a crow flew past the team in the sky with a layer of mist rising from its crimson eye. At the next moment, the rain mixed with the floating ice crystals and snowflakes, creating a special ice rain snow scene. The shadow crow in the air spun sideways, seemingly expressing something. 10 o'clock, hurry! Li Yishu yelled. The team quickly adjusted their direction, and the heavenly hound and Fu Hei jumped onto one of the tails of the three-tailed fox, after which everyone moved forward quickly. Behind the team, Jiang Zhao's body floated in the air and his eyes were also red. The tear of the shadow crow was also mixed with Jiang Zhao's tear of the domain. The sea-engulfing robe that was draped over Jiang Zhao's body took him flying while gently wiping Jiang Zhao's tears. Jiang Zhao tilted his head, tucked his shoulders, and rubbed his face against the sea-engulfing robe. "Hello, Dragon Cave. My name is Jiang Zhao, please take care of me." There were already many doujinshi drawn by the guru on Weibo. There was even a small comic for those who were interested to take a look. Weibo name: You Loves Writing bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 854. During the journey, everyone in the team could acutely feel that their physical strength was declining. Of course, physical strength was also a form of vitality. Jiang Zhao and Han Jiangxue were still a little worse off. After all, they were both wearing the Sea Devourer cloak, and the damage was all resisted by the Sea Devourer. Only when the floating ice crystals and snow landed on their faces would their physical strength be taken away. As for the others, Jiang Zhao could clearly feel that the team had sped up a little, but the small change reflected the psychological state of everyone in the team. In Jiang Zhao's tier domain, he discovered a lot of dragon creatures. As the saying went, the ignorant were fearless. At this moment, Jiang Zhao and Shadow Crow were probably the ones who were under the greatest psychological pressure. Even though the range of Shadow Crow's tier domain was smaller than Jiang Zhao's, it was enough for him to discover many dragon creatures. The two of them weren't even sure which crystal dragon had used the ice crystal domain star technique and which crystal dragon had used the ice crystal snow star technique. Li Yishu said with a solemn expression, "We can't go on like this. Move forward at full speed. Shadow Crow, give us a hint when we're about 1,000 meters away from the crystal dragon." Clearly, the damage suffered by the people was terrifying while advancing in the star technique of ice crystal snow. It was no different from advancing in the tears of sorrow, except that it lacked the effect of lowering one's emotions. A large amount of physical strength was continuously being depleted. In the overlapping ice crystal snow space, the high race value and exuberant vitality of the dragons allowed them to move, play, and rest without any scruples. However, humans definitely couldn't. The strongest thing about humans was their ability to learn and use various star techniques. Without the support of special star techniques, a random gold quality ape ghoul king would probably be stronger than the humans in the Starfall stage in terms of physical attributes, let alone the dragons. "Ah!" Shadow Crow shrieked, and the team suddenly sped up. "Huh!" Jiang Zhao murmured and looked to the left in bewilderment, as if something incredible had barged in. In the tier domain, there were countless huge creatures hovering around the top of the mountain and hiding in the cave. Jiang Zhao could only determine their existence based on the small parts of their bodies that were exposed. "This guy Fog Dragon? Are you kidding me?" The field couldn't detect the existence of the mist dragon? If it weren't for the fact that the fog dragon had summoned 2 corporeal fog dragons, Jiang Shao would have been kept in the dark. The 2 miniature mist dragons sped forward and swam towards the team. Unbeknownst to them, the team was already surrounded by a faint mist. The mist was so faint that it made one's hair stand on end. Even if one observed it carefully, it was very likely that they would overlook it. Jiang Shao was shocked. When did we break into the fog domain of the fog dragon? Or rather, when did the mist dragon use the mist domain to envelop everyone? They had long entered the mist dragon's hunting range? The crystal dragon was still a few kilometers away, but this irascible, and troublemaker fog dragon was the first to find everyone? Shut up! In the sky, the shadow crows cried out several times. Their bodies circled in the air, attracting everyone's attention. Immediately afterwards, an illusory shadow crow flew out of the shadow crow's body and flew in the direction of the small fog dragon that Jiang Shao sensed. With a sullen expression, Li Yishu suddenly clenched his right hand into a fist and raised it high in the air. Stop! The team that was moving forward quickly stopped and immediately turned around according to Li Yishu's instructions. Shut up! In the sky, the shadow crow suddenly transformed into a human and yelled, "The crystal dragon is here too! Be careful! It seems that the fog dragon has arrived first. I can't sense the existence of the fog dragon, but there are 2 small fog dragons that are approaching. Pay attention!" While speaking, everyone got into a formation and got on guard, waiting for the arrival of the fog dragon. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds beside them, the faint mist that was almost invisible to the naked eye rapidly thickened. It was like adding fuel to the fire. Everyone had already been in the crystal dragon's ice crystal domain and ice crystal snow star techniques, and their physical strength was constantly being depleted at a terrifying rate. The shadow crow clearly indicated that he had yet to find the figure of the mist dragon's main body. That was not all. The fog dragon was about to start hunting, and its fog domain was getting thicker. In just a few seconds, everyone was already in a thick fog, and their visibility plummeted. Jiang Shao could no longer see the members of the front row, who were more than 10 meters away with his naked eye. Fu Hei, activate the healing fog. Everyone, stand firm. Hang in there. The burly man from the northwest, Li Yishu, gave everyone a strict order. Regardless of whether they were anxious or not, they were not allowed to move even half a step when they sensed the rapid loss of vitality in their bodies. Whoosh! A large amount of fog also surged out of Fu Hei's body, quickly healing everyone's bodies and restoring their physical strength. Attention! They're here. 500 meters. 300 meters. The speed at which the shadow crow reported was shocking because the distance between 500 meters and 300 meters was too short. The speed of the 2 small fog dragons was too fast. Li Yishu said, "Get ready for ice roar." Shadow Crow said, 100 meters. Li Yishu said, "Release." Huff! Li Yishu and Han Jiangshu raised their hands abruptly. Harumph! The 3 Baishan snow-feathered beasts also raised their heads in unison and released heavy ice roars. Be it Li Yishu, Han Jiangshu, or the 3 Baishan snow-feathered beasts, they suddenly felt that their physical strength had been greatly restored, and the star power that they had expended to release the ice roars had been replenished. What level of recovery and endurance is this? The halo of nostalgia lit up under the feet of the 2 of them and the 3 horses. It was from Jiang Shao. He was a medical aide who said that he would bring everyone home. Under the focus fire, the 2 small mist dragons were directly reduced to ashes. The output of 5 platinum-quality ice roars had already reached such a terrifying level. It was really an instant kill. Yes, the dragon race was very strong, but the group of people who dared to step into the dragon cave did not do so for nothing. 9 o'clock, Crystal Dragon, 300 meters, be careful of the falling ice crystal cubes. Shadow Crow yelled. In the white fog, apart from those who had felt tears, everyone else had already lost their so-called senses. Han Jiangxue, dark space instantaneous defense. Li Yishu made a prompt decision and yelled, 9 o'clock, 100 meters, teleport. Han Jiangxue took out the ripple ball in her hand, and at the next moment, a ripple teleportation shield enveloped everyone. Bang, bang, bang. At the instant that the dark space instantaneous defense was activated, the huge ice crystal cubes smashed onto the ripple teleportation shield, causing a deafening sound. The ice crystal cubes that slid down were like sugar cubes that went with coffee. They were not crystal clear and were filled with ice crystals with beautiful internal ice patterns. They smashed onto the dark space teleportation shield and fell onto the snow. The so-called ice crystal cubes were unimaginably large and were about 5 meters in diameter. They could really be used as building materials. How can there be such a cute star technique in this world? Under normal circumstances, star techniques would only summon things like frost, rain, and snow. For example, Han Jiangxue's meteorite fire was also a burning meteorite ball of different shape. However, the ice crystal cubes were not only of the same size, but they were also squarish. If this star technique was used for a few seconds, it would probably be able to build 3 ice villas. Others might say that the ice crystal cubes were cute, but those who were about to be smashed by them probably wouldn't be able to say so. Whoosh, the dark space teleportation shield was immediately retracted, and everyone in it disappeared without a trace, leaving only a pile of huge, sugar cubes that poured down. Roar! The roar of a dragon came from above everyone's heads. Han Jiangxue teleported about 100 meters away, according to Li Yishu's instructions. During this period, the crystal dragon was also flying rapidly, and they encountered it directly. However, the crystal dragon was flying far above their heads. In the ice crystal domain of the crystal dragon, it was impossible for it to get lost or lose its target. Hence, when the crystal dragon discovered that the group of people had appeared below, pieces of ice crystal cubes quickly fell. Above our heads, about 80 meters, Inya yelled. Li Yishu yelled, "Everyone, focus fire! Fire!" All of a sudden, countless ice roars were thrown upwards. In the dense fog where no creatures could be seen, they could only rely on their senses and experience. Without Inya's terror domain, everyone would really become blind. The ice roars were emitted, followed by the earth-shattering roar of the crystal dragon. Roar! The voice was extremely forceful and majestic. Even if it was not a star technique, it still made everyone feel shocked. Ho Mingming rode on by Shan Shuyu and held a bow and arrow in her hand. She raised her head and shot a series of pitch-black arrows that formed a string that darted into the layers of fog. Huff in the fog, the crystal dragon opened its mouth and spat out an ice breath. Inya panicked and frantically said, "Ice crystal breath! Ice crystal breath!" Nine-tailed. Height of 85 meters. High official. Height of 95 meters. Silence domain. Li Yishu yelled. Jiang Shao raised his hand and shot a diamond-quality sound of silence. The dragon roar that accompanied the ice crystal breath stopped abruptly, and the huge dragon head was enveloped by the sound of silence domain. However, it was only the dragon head. The dragon body that was nearly 25 meters long was still outside the sound of silence domain. The ice crystal breath that was spat out of the dragon head's mouth quickly disappeared. Only pieces of ice crystal aura continued to fall, but there was no follow-up. However, the ice crystal domain and ice crystal snow continued to fall. In order to completely seal its star power, do we have to silence the dragon head and body that are nearly 30 meters long? Or this territory did not belong to this ice crystal dragon, but another dragon clan? Inya was overjoyed and wiped away the tears that had frozen into ice crystals. He frantically yelled, "It's frozen! It's frozen! Right above, quick! Chance!" Li Yishu said, "Han Jiangxue, white flames! Wither, bow. Grace, spiral flame. Han Jiangshue's star map glowed brightly and a ball of white flames flew into the sky. Ho Mingming placed one hand on Baishan Shuyu's back and leaped up before quickly half-kneeling on Baishan Shuyu's broad horse. Ho Mingming drew her bow and shot an arrow. A pitch-black luster quickly dyed the ordinary bow and arrow in her hands, and the pitch-black starlight scattered in all directions. A pitch-black wither arrow tore through the fog and shot straight into the night sky. In front of him, Three-tailed Fox opened her mouth, and a rapidly spinning fireball quickly formed in front of her mouth. It stirred up the floating ice crystals, rain, and snow in the surroundings. With waves of heat and sparks, it blasted upwards. At the same time, the ice crystal breath that had been sprayed by the crystal dragon sprinkled down and soaked everyone's bodies, making them feel chills from head to toe. It was bone-chilling. Freezing effect? It would be fine if the ice crystal breath didn't scatter, but once it did, Shadow Crow was in a terrible state. At the same time, Jiang Zhao's expression was extremely sullen. Why? It was because there was a big shot hidden in the dense fog. It was a boss that even the realm tier couldn't detect, because its body was exactly the same as the mist in the dense mist domain. However, with the help of the ice crystal breath, it was able to reveal its body. Behind body. Before Inya finished roaring, he turned into a bolt of lightning and charged forward with the Tang sword in his hand. From the left side of the team, he charged all the way to the right side of the team. However, a moment before Inya activated the Blade of Death, a sound of silence had already reached the designated position. The fog dragon's body was originally made of fog. In the dense fog domain, one would not be able to see the fog dragon's body at all. Jiang Zhao sighed and thought, maybe this is the reason why people can't walk out alive. Let's see what Inya chose. Faced with a terrifying fog dragon that was nearly 20 meters long and of diamond quality, he rushed forward while reporting the information. What is he doing? Given the physical characteristics of the fog dragon, can ordinary attacks hurt it? No, ordinary attacks are useless against the fog dragon. Is Inya stupid? Of course not. In that case, is what I'm doing useless work? No, perhaps in his heart, even if he can delay the team for a second, it would be good enough. He's really not afraid of death. Whoosh! Jiang Zhao flashed and grabbed the Shadow Crow's ankle. Instant teleportation. At the same time that he grabbed Inya, the diamond-quality Sea Devourer stopped abruptly in midair. The Sea Devourer relied on its physical attributes to crush humans and drag Jiang Zhao back by grabbing Inya's ankle. Inya and Li Yishu were both dumbfounded. What's this? Jiang Zhao actually managed to use such an extreme method to drag a Star Warrior who had activated the Platinum Blade of Death Star technique and was moving at high speed back? Are you kidding me? Li Yishu couldn't care less and frantically yelled, "Second last, Great Sage, go!" Jiang Zhao threw the Shadow Crow away and leaped onto Lynx's back. He crawled forward quickly and half knelt on her neck, grabbing her huge pointy ears with both hands and adjusting the direction she was facing. Magma. Magma flowed out of Lynx's mouth and dripped onto the snow, making sizzling sounds. 4,100 words. Please vote for the Little Toxic Healer. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 855. At the moment when the fog dragon was silenced, the fog around them gradually dissipated a little. Of course, it only dissipated a little, and the fog dragon could no longer use the fog domain star technique. However, the fog that was emitted previously was still there. Hence, for a short period of time, everyone was still enveloped in a relatively dense fog. Immediately afterwards, Li Yishu yelled, "Shadow Crow, report the location of the crystal dragon. You have to report at all times." He no longer had the time to criticize Shadow Crow for acting on his own. As the scout of the team, he actually risked his life to delay the fog dragon's attack. Poor team member. Disobedient. Good comrade. Fearless of death. Li Yishu didn't have the time to praise Jiang Shao either. The operations of this toxic healer could be described as magical. He managed to pull Shadow Crow back from the brink of danger. Li Yishu felt like he was on a roller coaster in a short moment. True brothers of nine-tailed. Brothers are indeed like underwear. The ups and downs of life are all for you. The current situation was too severe. While suppressing his emotions, Li Yishu commanded loudly, Han Jiangxue, be prepared to defend the crystal dragon at all times. Shadow Crow tumbled to the ground and spun around several times in the snow. Ignoring the snow on his face, he immediately yelled, half of the crystal dragon's head has been destroyed. Han Jiangxue and Withering have succeeded. The white flames and the withering bough are still corroding its head and body. Outside the thick fog, in a place where no one could see, the white flames had already covered the crystal dragon's huge head. The white flames seemed to be inextinguishable. The body of the crystal dragon was made of ice, and the water that melted could not stop the white flames from burning at all. It was burning the huge head of the ice dragon. Furthermore, the white flames weren't like normal flames that melted the ice. Instead, they were extremely violent and crackling. Countless ice shards were splattered in all directions under the ferocious spread of the white flames. At this moment, the crystal dragon was indeed in great pain. Not only had it been destroyed by the white flames, but it had also been smashed by Jiang Shao, who had never even raised his head with his diamond domain. Its body was also being rapidly corroded by a withering arrow. Ho Mingming's withering arrow didn't do much damage, but its characteristics were terrifying. It slowly melted the body behind the dragon's head, which was similar to the neck position. The black astral power that represented the withering attribute continued to spread to both sides. Inya hurriedly shouted, Grace Retribution. Grace Tribulation, you changed your angle. Slightly lower it by another 10 degrees and smash its neck. The back of its dragon head is being eroded by the withering arrows. In his perception, the 20-meter-long body behind the crystal dragon was swaying crazily. However, the dragon's head seemed to be imprisoned, and its movements were extremely slow. Moreover, it had subconsciously moved forward at first, but now it was moving backward, which inadvertently gave everyone more time. The scene was extremely strange. The 20-meter-long body was clearly swimming at a normal speed, but the dragon's head was moving too slowly. As Jiang Shao released a few more shots of silence, the swaying speed of the crystal dragon's body also slowed down. In front of them, Grace Tribulation threw out a spiral ball again and again after hearing his words. He changed his attack method, and actually used the flame jet method to spiral upwards and sweep towards the thick fog. Grace Tribulation couldn't see anything above, but he was constantly adjusting the angle of the attack with Ingya's help and command. Ingya had a sullen expression on his face, but he was secretly rejoicing. Harder, harder! Grace Tribulation, stop and go help second last. Li Yishu suddenly ordered loudly, Great Sage, rise. Change target. Crystal Dragon. Such a command vividly displayed Li Yishu's ability and personality. If Grace Tribulation continued to attack like that, he might be able to achieve good result. However, that wasn't what Li Yishu wanted. He wanted to end the battle quickly and end it all in one blow. Li Yishu's bold change meant that he was definitely not the type of person who didn't want to make any mistakes. Li Yishu's command would, of course, determine the fate of the team. While speaking, Li Yishu raised his hand abruptly and a gust of wind swept through, sending sun dashing up into the sky. Li Yishu roared furiously from below. Great Sage, Star Martial Arts. Inya, report your location. Huff in the thick fog, sun dashing dashed towards the unknown domain. He also had a perception-type star technique, but compared to Ingya's field tear, his star technique might need to be closer in order to be effective. The Shadow Crow closed his eyes and sensed everyone in the ice, rain, snow, mist, fog. He suddenly shouted, Great Sage! Almost at the same time, Sun Dashing vaguely saw a huge body of ice that was being eroded by flames and withering. At the next moment, the great sage smirked and his smile was filled with boundless arrogance. He waved his rod, and the star map in front of his chest shone while the rod in his hand was smeared with gold and red colors. The gold and red intertwined, just like a gorgeous and beautiful dream. That rod, from top to bottom, smashed down fiercely. The small rod smashed in midair and did not hit anything. However, in front of and above Sun Dashing's body, a huge golden-red rod shadow descended from the sky. Bang! On the ice crystal cube body that was corroded by the white flames and the withering arrows, the illusory giant rod shadow forcefully struck down. It accurately struck the connection between the crystal dragon's head and body. Bang! The ice exploded and the shock waves were everywhere. The dragon's body was bent and shattered. Roar! The crystal dragon, which had been forcefully smashed out of the domain of silence, let out a dragon roar that was full of despair and indignation. It drifted far away in the foggy world, but the sound did not fade away gradually. Instead, it stopped abruptly. The connection between the dragon's head and body was actually destroyed by the white flames, withering arrows, spiral flames, and the golden-red rod shadow. It was the final blow. A diamond-quality crystal dragon? A dragon with a terrifyingly high race value? A diamond-quality physique, vitality, and physical defense? The facts had proven that no one would dare to go up Liangshan. Diamond? Kill. Sun Dashing rested his staff on his shoulder. Through the layers of fog, he looked at the huge dragon head in front of him as it fell with him. Below, Jiang Shao was riding on the huge lynx, grabbing the tuft of fur on one of its sharp ears and turning it slightly to the left. The lynx spat out magma from its mouth and allowed Jiang Shao to adjust the direction of the output. He then sprayed the magma at the agitated and swaying mist dragon. Jiang Shao didn't have time to look at the battlefield in the sky, nor did he need to look up. Through the tier domain, Jiang Shao could sense that the shattered ice crystal dragon was falling. Move forward! Move forward, second last! Jiang Shao yelled while tugging the huge ear forward. Second last spat out the last mouthful of magma and roasted the mist dragon's head in the distance before retreating nimbly. Shadow Crow opened its mouth and yelled, "Retreat! Everyone!" All of a sudden, everyone retreated. Rumble! The crystal dragon fell like an ancient divine beast, and its heavy body, which was nearly 30 meters long, smashed down. It was not a star technique, but the corpse of the crystal dragon. The floating ice crystals and frost were stirred up, and at the instant that the corpse of the crystal dragon fell to the ground, snowflakes splashed everywhere and mud flew everywhere. It was as if the earth was trembling, the domain of silence was smashed, and the magma that sprayed out burned the body of the mist dragon frantically. The huge head of the mist dragon was really about to be vaporized. The mist dragon was in pain, and its body quickly converged and shrank before turning into a physical entity. However, the mist dragon did not know that its fate had already been decided the moment it turned into a physical entity. Who was in front of the mist dragon? It was a three-tailed fox with explosive output, an elegant and well-fed lynx, and the commander riding on the lynx, the little poison healer. Under the circumstances that the dragon's head was shackled and it moved slowly, the thick dragon tail turned around and swung towards Jiang Shao. From the beginning to the end, the mist dragon had never used its own star technique under Jiang Zhao's control. Jiang Shao yelled, "Frost wind!" The magma in the giant lynx's mouth had yet to disappear, and a gust of wind that was mixed with snow and wind swept out. Li Yishu's thoughts had clearly caught up with Jiang Zhao's, and he immediately understood what Jiang Shao meant. He also extended his hand and a gust of wind swept out, blowing away the thick fog. At least in the area where everyone was, the thick fog was blown away, and the huge mist dragon was vaguely revealed in front of everyone in its physical form. Li Yishu immediately said, Ice roar. All of a sudden, countless ice roars swept over. The berserk platinum ice roared and tore the mist dragon's huge head into pieces in an instant under such concentrated fire. All that was left was its tail, which was sweeping forward by inertia. The lynx leaped lightly and dodged the huge dragon's tail. The mist dragon's tail collided with the crystal dragon's huge body made of ice crystals, sweeping it dozens of meters away. Jiang Shao finally heaved a sigh of relief. The soul-stirring battle had finally come to an end. The group of people looked around in the faint mist. The shadow crow, which had the ability to sense, was obviously not in sync with the information the others received. Shadow Crow understood the dangers in the dragon cave better and could also see how dangerous the snow mountains and deep forests were, as well as how many ferocious hunters there were. Therefore, when the two dragons died one after another, Shadow Crow was overjoyed. He clenched his fists tightly and said, "Awesome!" Upon hearing the Shadow Crow's celebratory voice, everyone looked at each other. A few seconds later, this group of elite soldiers who had a solemn expression and a heavy heart faintly revealed a smile on their faces. The arduous battle and the arduous victory were enough to boost their confidence. Jiang Shao leaned forward slightly and lay on Lynx's furry head. He whispered into her sharp ears, "Huh? Second last, why are you fine when you're facing the attacks of two dragons at the same time? Is it because Brother Xiaopi's control is too strong?" Lynx was speechless. Jiang Shao said softly, "You can carry me like this in the future. I like this way of fighting." Lynx's huge head swayed left and right. She should have been shaking her head to reject him, but under such circumstances, Jiang Shao, who was lying on her head, rolled back and forth. "Wow!" Jiang Shao hurriedly hugged her furry head. It seemed that he had found a new way to play top. Chapter 856. The huge lynx carried Jiang Shao and walked elegantly towards the huge dragon head of the mist dragon. The lynx, which was 7 meters long and more than 4 meters tall, was actually about the same size as the dragon's head. It was the head of the mist dragon that had condensed into a physical body. Hence, one could imagine how exaggerated it would be when it was in its fog state. The head of the mist dragon also slowly turned into a water stain under everyone's gaze and soaked in the snow, leaving behind a star bead that was surrounded by fog. Splat! The lynx's paws stepped on the snow, causing it to splatter. It then lowered its head and carefully sized up the peculiar star bead with its sharp eyes. "This mist dragon star bead isn't that big, is it?" The star beads of ordinary creatures were about the size of a human's thumb, but the mist dragon star bead was at most the size of a baseball. Compared to its body, the star bead was really small. The lynx walked forward slowly and rolled up the star bead with its long tail before sending it to Jiang Zhao's side. Jiang Shao grabbed the star bead with both hands, and at the same time, the information of the star bead appeared in his internal star map. Mist Dragon Star Bead, Diamond Quality, Star Techniques, 1. Mist Cluster. Summons the mist to attack the target. The amount of mist is decided by the user. Platinum Quality, 2. Mist Pursuit. The mist cluster can be freely controlled by the user and its external form can be freely transformed according to the user's will. Platinum Quality, 3. Mist Domain. Releases a large amount of mist with the user as the center and changes the environment within a certain range. Perceives everything within the mist and has the effect of interfering with the vision of the target within the range. Diamond Quality. Jiang Shao frowned slightly because the description of the star technique was somewhat different from the information provided by the base. First of all, the second star technique, Mist Pursuit, also had the ability to freely transform the appearance of the mist cluster, which was similar to the golden wave star technique of Xiangnan. Secondly, the star technique, Mist Pursuit, was not of diamond quality but of platinum quality. There were also some differences in the wording. For example, the first star technique, Mist Cluster, was mentioned in the information as attacking the target, while the internal star map was mentioned as attacking the target. Besides, the descriptions of the first star technique were also very different, but the meaning was similar. Hence, it didn't matter. Okay. Jiang Shao thought about it and decided to find a chance to tell Second Last about it. When he went out, he would get her to report the news to her superiors. Mr. Delian has the Mist Dragon as his star techniques. If he can't even study the star techniques of his star dragons accurately, he will be star techniques of other dragons. Jiang Shao sighed and thought, is it because of the dragons are? Is Star Mist Dragons our dragon star dragon clan? Star D Mist Dragons are is and dragon star. Star Mist Dragon star as should. Of course, under such circumstances, Mewling Bear wasn't any better. It didn't listen to Jiang Zhao's instructions either. In fact, when it used the iron-eating mythical star technique, it didn't care about anyone at all. When it roared, Jiang Shao was terrified. Jiang Shao leaned forward again and lay on Lynx's furry head, after which he said to its sharp ears, "This star bead is very large and inconvenient to carry. Put it in your scourge ruins." Lynx shook its head again, and Jiang Zhao's body swayed back and forth again. It's really fun. While swaying left and right, the huge lynx had already brought him to the corpse of the crystal dragon. Ugh, Jiang Shao subconsciously looked down, but he was so mesmerized by the beautiful body of the crystal dragon that he couldn't shift his gaze away. Are the crystal dragons made of ice? The information clearly stated that its body was not made of ice, but rather, it was similar to ice. It was very cold, but it probably wouldn't melt. The Mist Dragon, on the other hand, would condense and turn into a pool of water after its death. Jiang Shao observed the crystal dragon silently. In its irregular polyhedron body, there were strings of ice crystals. Even though its head and rear body had been destroyed by everyone, it did not affect its beauty at all. After all, its rear body and tail were still there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 toes. Is it a four-clawed crystal dragon? Jiang Shao observed secretly and followed Lynx to the dragon's head that had been broken in half. Oh my god! Oh my god, it really looked like an Eastern dragon. The head of the crystal dragon was like an ice sculpture, as if it had been meticulously carved by a master sculptor. It was so huge yet so exquisite. Every little detail was carved to perfection. Jiang Shao slid down from Lynx's body and gently stroked the face of the dragon head with one hand, only to feel that it was cold. Jiang Shao did not have the chance to observe the Mist Dragon carefully because its corpse was gone. However, the corpse of the crystal dragon was an eye-opener for Jiang Shao. Dragon horns, dragon eyes, dragon whiskers, dragon scales. Jiang Shao even saw the ice crystal-like fur, which was extremely exquisite. Along the huge dragon's body, Jiang Shao gently stroked its irregular, crystal-like, polyhedron body with one hand and brushed his fingers across the ice crystal dragon scales. He looked up and saw that the ice crystal fur ran through its entire body from head to tail. Majestic, spectacular, dreamy, exquisite. These 4 words appeared in Jiang Zhao's mind. Jiang Shao felt that it would be difficult for those 4 words to appear in the same sentence and be used to describe the same thing. However, the crystal dragon in front of him displayed its unique style. It was extremely stunning and beautiful. The great sage walked out of the shattered dragon head, holding a similarly irregular polyhedron in his hand. Normal star beads were all spherical. However, the crystal dragon's star bead was very special. There were strings of ice flowers that circled around it. Everyone was amazed and looked at it one by one. Finally, the crystal dragon star bead was in Jiang Zhao's hands. The information of the crystal dragon star bead was displayed in his internal star map. Crystal dragon star bead, diamond quality, star technique. 1. Ice crystal. Summons ice crystals to attack the target. They have a freezing effect. The number of ice crystals is determined by the user. Platinum quality. 2. ice crystal breath, spits out an icy breath that can freeze everything. It also has frostbite, deceleration, and other effects. Platinum quality. 3. Ice crystal snow. Makes small ice crystals float in a certain range, causing frost and snow to fall and continuously consume the vitality of the target within the range of the ice crystal snow. Platinum quality. 4. Ice crystal domain. Every floating ice crystal and snowflake is closely connected to the user's perception. Diamond quality. Jiang Xiao nodded secretly. The description of this star technique was also different from the information given by the base. Besides, in terms of characteristics, the information given by the internal star map was clearly clearer. There was also another point, and that was the quality of the crystal dragon's star technique. Jiang Xiao could revise a lot of information. While thinking about it, Inya panicked and hurriedly said, Many crystal dragons are heading this way. We must have angered the public. Everyone was shocked and Li Yishu immediately said, Han Jiangxue, dark space instantaneous defense. Teleport to the desert. Li Yishu's thoughts were simple. Since they had already angered the public, they definitely couldn't wait there anymore. Since they had chosen to leave, they had to go to a place with a clear view. However, they couldn't return to the area they had just entered. Otherwise, the team would likely attract the irritable crystal dragons and destroy the peaceful Forterrain intersection. Under Han Jiangshue's terrifying dark space instantaneous defense, the team was directly teleported to a wilderness. The place was overgrown with weeds and was desolate. There was no longer any fog, ice crystals, or frost blocking their vision. Hence, their field of vision was extremely wide. It was as if they had just survived a calamity. Only those who had experienced it would understand such emotions. The scorching hot sun in the sky was still roasting everything. In an instant, the strange sun sank to the west and the dragon cave was once again shrouded in darkness. The bright Milky Way pierced through the night sky and the meteors fell from the sky. Putting aside the strange style of the dragon cave, the scenery here was extremely beautiful. As everyone appeared, Inya's eyes turned red and dark clouds gathered in the sky, blocking the beautiful starry sky. Light rain also began to fall. Ha! Inya heaved a sigh of relief and said, We can temporarily settle down for a while. The dragons are still a distance away from us. Li Yishu said, Everyone, enter the space and recover. Let's do a battle summary. While speaking, Li Yishu waved her hand and the door of the Scourge Ruins opened. She was not called the Northwest King for no reason. Not everyone had the Scourge Ruins. The members of the Tail Feather team were the most elite of the elite. Hence, the probability of them possessing precious star techniques was definitely high. As the publicly recognized Northwest King, Li Yishu was personally appointed by Second Last to enter the Dragon Cave. At that time, Second Last had yet to enter the Scourge Ruins. To a large extent, she saw that Li Yishu had a spatial star technique that could be used for alternative defense and team recuperation. Everyone entered while Inya, who had the Tier Realm star technique, brought up the rear. Just as he was about to walk into the gate of the Scourge Ruins, a layer of sand and gravel suddenly moved under the ground at the entrance of the desert. Inya's pupils constricted violently, almost turning into the shape of a needle. Dragon? And it's the dragon that has been hiding under our feet? Inya couldn't care less. He arched his legs and plunged into the gate of the Scourge Ruins. Bang! The ground of the desert exploded and a giant creature with a shallow outline peeked its head out of the ground. If it weren't for the sand and gravel that rolled off the dragon's head, its body would have been almost invisible to the naked eye. Close the gate! Inya yelled. Hiss! With a dragon's roar, two small, semi-invisible hidden dragons shuttled rapidly and plunged into the gate of the Scourge Ruins. Whoosh! Li Yishu made a prompt decision and immediately closed the gate of the Scourge Ruins. The small hidden dragon that was slower at the back had its body sliced in half. Meanwhile, the small hidden dragon in front had already charged in. In the space of the Scourge ruins, which was only 100 square meters, the Heavenly Hound did what the only shield warrior in the team was supposed to do. Ha! The Heavenly Hound let out a soft roar and his huge body caught up with the hidden dragon. He held up an illusory shield with one hand. At the same time, a star map unfolded on his majestic body and shone brightly. A Heavenly Hound mask was worn on his face, covering the Heavenly Hound's face. At the same time, a giant wearing the Heavenly Hound mask appeared behind the Heavenly Hound. Under the illusory lines was the palm that slammed down heavily. Bang! The Heavenly Hound's reaction was fast and so was his speed. However, the small hidden dragon that was charging forward was even faster. Before the giant illusory Heavenly Hound's palm slammed down, the small hidden dragon had already smashed through the illusory shield and pierced through the Heavenly Hound's body. Pierced through. Hiss! Roar! The small hidden dragon flew quickly and roared loudly in the Scourge ruins. Although it was called a small hidden dragon, that was relative to the hidden dragon's body. No matter how small this small hidden dragon was, it was still about 8 meters long. Ring, ring, ring! Almost as soon as the Heavenly Hound's chest was smashed, the crisp sound of a bell rang. The Heavenly Hound's chest that had been pierced through and sent flying by the impact of the small hidden dragon quickly healed. Hiss! The small hidden dragon charged straight into the dark starry sky, but it crashed into the air wall. Only then did it turn around, its huge body swimming slowly as it lowered its head to look at the people below. Everyone, who had just relaxed a moment ago, tensed up again. What does it mean to be surrounded by danger? The hidden dragon actually hid its body underground in the desert? What was it doing hunting? Or was it resting? No matter what, they had mistakenly entered its territory. Without a doubt, the hidden dragon was guarding outside the Scourge ruins at this moment, waiting for them to go out. Second Last waved her hand violently and a frosty wind swept out. Some frost and snow stuck to the small hidden dragon's body, completely exposing its body. Ice roar! Li Ishu yelled loudly. All of a sudden, there was a baptism of ice and a dragon's howl. Under the connection of the bouncing bell, Jiang Shao walked towards the Heavenly Hound and looked at it, who was lying on the ground and panting heavily. Its broad palm was still touching its chest, as if it was looking for the huge bloody hole just now. The feeling of his body being pierced through and smashed was extremely uncomfortable. Jiang Shao bent down and extended his palm towards the Heavenly Hound. You reacted very quickly, comrade. The Heavenly Hound's chest was heaving up and down violently as it sucked in mouthfuls of cold air and enjoyed the beauty of life. It reached out and held Jiang Zhao's palm tightly. Thank you, Ninetails. You do what you have to do and I'll do what I have to do. Jiang Shao pulled the Heavenly Hound up and glanced at the hidden dragon's corpse that had been smashed into pieces in the distance. He smiled and tried to ease the atmosphere. What did the King of Hell say to you just now? The Heavenly Hound grinned. He did not look like a person who had gone one round in hell at all. We haven't reached that stage yet. Your bell is a little too fast. Next time, if you react slower, I can go and meet the old man. The team members stepped forward one after another and were concerned about the Heavenly Hound's injury and mental state. The confidence that they had just built up previously had vanished at this moment. The Dragon Cave was a place of great danger. Danger lurks in every corner here, and every crisis can take your life. Continue to seek monthly votes to support the Little Toxic Healer. Chapter 857. Shadow Crow sat on the ground and covered his head with his hands, feeling extremely guilty. He was the scout of the team and the one who provided intelligence to the team. He was also the one who should have discovered the danger around them. The hidden dragon was hidden beneath their feet, but he knew nothing about its existence. Feeling guilty, Shadow Crow saw a pair of black military boots appearing in front of him. Shadow Crow looked up and saw Second Last looking down at him. "This is a matter of our abilities, it has nothing to do with us," Second Last said in a hoarse and magnetic voice that filled the silent shadow ruins. On the side, Tengu also came over. He knelt down on one knee and put one hand on Ingya's shoulder. He gently shook his head and said, "Brother, don't blame yourself. The leader is right. The hidden dragon is hidden underground. Due to the terrain, your domain tiers can't find it." Staring at the slightly dejected Shadow Crow, Second Last continued, "It's right beneath our feet. The great sage Withering. Many of us have the star technique of perception, but none of us discovered anything abnormal. This is because we're not capable enough." The Heavenly Hound comforted softly. "You've read the information about the hidden dragon before. It should have activated the body concealment and hidden its body, star power fluctuations, and aura of life. No one will be able to discover it." Of course, Second Last couldn't change the way she spoke. She had always treated her team members the same way. However, the Heavenly Hound was smart. With the Heavenly Hound's cooperation, the two of them played the good cop and the bad cop respectively. One of them was stern, while the other was gentle and peaceful. Hence, it played a good role in adjusting Shadow Crow's mentality. Shadow Crow was also a soldier and his mental fortitude was naturally excellent. Be it for the sake of the team or himself, he soon got rid of all distracting thoughts and agreed with Second Last. Second Last nodded in satisfaction and turned around to look at Li Ishu. "It's guarding outside now." Li Ishu pondered for a moment and looked at Second Last. "Let's discuss it together. After all, this isn't a battlefield. We're safe now and we have plenty of time to discuss our next move. Leader, what do you think?" In the shadow of Calamity Ruins, it was undoubtedly very safe. Second Last did not respond. While everyone was staring at her, she turned to look at Jiang Shao and asked, "What do you think?" Gulp gulp. Jiang Shao was holding a crystal dragon star bead that was covered in ice flowers and a fog dragon star bead that was surrounded by mist. He was mimicking the old man and rolling the walnuts. However, the walnuts were rather large, each of them about the size of a baseball. Furthermore, the crystal dragon star bead was an irregular polyhedron, so it was rather difficult to coil it up. While spinning the star beads, Jiang Shao listened to the strange sounds produced when the two star beads collided. He said, "Let's take a good rest first. We've just experienced a life-and-death battle and we need to rest and relax. As for how to break through the blockade of the Hidden Dragon Clan, that's a trivial matter." Second Last raised her eyebrows and said, "Okay." Jiang Shao said, "When you open the door later, I'll just throw out my star technique. If it dares to guard the door, we'll kill it." His words were filled with absolute confidence, causing everyone in the team to nod their heads in approval. With such a star warrior in the team, they were really confident. The little toxic healer really lived up to his name. He was absolutely calm, and capable in the face of danger. In the battle between the two dragons just now, on the surface, the damage output of the team members was extremely high, and they seemed to be the protagonists of the battlefield. However, Jiang Shao and Fu Hei's support for everyone was real. They were the true masters of controlling the situation. Besides, the scene of the Heavenly Hound being penetrated by the small hidden dragon clan just now was so sudden that Belle was almost connected to the small hidden dragon clan seamlessly. Before the tail of the small hidden dragon clan pierced through the chest of the Heavenly Hound, Belle was already in place. The Heavenly Hound wasn't joking. "We haven't reached that stage yet. Next time, you'd better react slower. I'll go and meet the King of Hell." Ever since they entered the Dragon Cave, Jiang Shao had at least saved 2 lives, at least on the surface. One of them was for the dead Shadow Crow, while the other was for the Heavenly Hound, which had just blocked the entrance of the Calamity Shadow. If it were another team that encountered such a situation, there might really have been casualties. In every team, every member had their own role, and the loss of one member would undoubtedly be the beginning of the collapse of the team. Okay. Second last nodded and said, "Rest for 10 minutes to recover your star power and stamina." Jiang Shao stood up with the big star bead in his hand and looked at his comrades. "I have a blessing that can help you recover your stamina and make you feel better. There are almost no side effects. What do you think?" All of a sudden, everyone had a peculiar expression on their faces. There was a reason why the little toxic healer was called a toxic healer. Regardless of Jiang Zhao's abilities, his toxic healer skills were certified by China and even the world. No one would question his abilities. Everyone present was an elite, and no one wanted to be embarrassed. However, at this moment, Second Last made a decision and said, "Sure." Clearly, Second Last needed everyone to ensure that they had sufficient stamina. She was very clear about the mission goal of the team. Jiang Zhao's blessing could be used when it was absolutely safe. "Let's start with the Heavenly Hound then. If hell doesn't accept you, you can go to heaven." As he spoke, Jiang Shao held the big star bead in one hand and raised the other. The Heavenly Hound muttered. Jiang Shao was very satisfied with the effects of his blessing. He then looked at everyone and ordered, "Sit up straight. I want to heal you one by one." Everyone was speechless. The light of blessing could not only restore their stamina, but it could also nourish their hearts. That was the true magical skill that could adjust one's state. Doctors have the heart of a parent. Feeling like a father, Jiang Shao healed his fellow patients and then healed himself too. Vaguely, Jiang Shao seemed to have discovered something incredible. Xia family swordsmanship upgraded. Platinum quality level 9. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "That's great." Jiang Shao strode to the foot of the Calamity Ruins, leaned against the star wall, and sat down. At the side, Han Jiangxue walked over with a bottle of mineral water and a box of compressed biscuit. Before everyone entered the Dragon Cave, Li Yishu had already emptied the Calamity Ruins and placed plenty of supplies. "Here." Han Jiangxue sat down with one hand on the star wall and handed the water to Jiang Shao. "Oh, okay." Jiang Shao took the mineral water while looking at his remaining skill points, 13268. The Xia family swordsmanship was already at Platinum 9. It was not the time to save skill points now. The best steel should be used on the blade. There was a threshold for upgrading from Platinum 9 to Diamond quality. The minor levels in the grades could be upgraded automatically, but the threshold would be stuck. It would take up a lot of time and energy. Jiang Shao was prepared to use his skill points to upgrade it. In that case, he would not delay the next stage of the giant blade training. "Okay, it's decided." Jiang Shao unscrewed the mineral water bottle and gulped it down. At the same time, he added 1,000 skill points to the Xia family swordsmanship. Xia family swordsmanship upgraded. Diamond quality level 0. All of a sudden, a large number of giant blade techniques surged into Jiang Zhao's mind. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. The platinum quality giant blade technique had been added to the giant blade technique, and the diamond quality giant blade technique, or rather, the platinum quality giant blade technique, was it really a dual-wielding technique? No, it should be called the double giant blade technique? Wow. Cool. Jiang Shao put down the mineral water bottle and let the water drip down the corners of his lips and chin. He didn't even have the time to wipe his mouth. The double giant blade technique, in his mind, was simply too cool, and Jiang Shao was completely immersed in it. While tearing open the packaging of the biscuits, Han Jiangxue frowned and watched Jiang Shao mumble to himself. She couldn't help but reach out with her right hand, pinched the sleeve of her cloak, and wiped Jiang Zhao's mouth. The sea-devouring soul was speechless. "I'm a platinum quality pet, after all. Are you using me as a napkin?" Sensing that Han Jiangxue was wiping Jiang Zhao's mouth, Jiang Shao also lifted the collar of his sea-devouring robe and wiped Jiang Zhao's chin with his tiny hands. The sea-devouring soul was speechless. All right, even a diamond big shot is willing to be a napkin. Seems like I'm not degrading myself. Han Jiangxue asked softly, "What are you thinking about?" Jiang Shao hurriedly raised a finger and gestured for her to stop. In the past, Jiang Shao had to figure it out on his own, but now that his giant blade technique had entered the diamond quality and he had a clear grasp of the technique, he was overjoyed. I'm doomed. If this giant blade technique continues to be so profound, I'll be getting further and further away from my auxiliary profession. Isn't this too powerful? The two giant blades can even rotate in mid-air, touch, borrow force, and change the angle and strength. It's really hard to guard against. I want to be a good doctor, too, but my abilities don't allow me to. Jiang Shao shook his head and turned to look at Han Jiangxue before taking a bite of the compressed biscuit that she handed to him. Jiang Shao looked overjoyed and chewed on the biscuits, making crunching sounds while muttering, "Crunch, crunch. That feels great, little Jiangxue." Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. "It's time to rest." Second Last's voice sounded from afar. Everyone hurriedly got up and walked back to the open gate of the Shadow Ruins. Second Last gestured at Jiang Shao and he hurriedly walked towards her. "Tell me about your specific plan," Second Last said. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "Li Yishu, hold the gate of the Shadow Ruins in a while. This is the most important thing. Don't close the door and don't cut my body into two again." Li Yishu nodded solemnly and said, "Yes." Jiang Shao turned around to look at everyone, after which his gaze landed on Han Jiangxue. "Come here." After returning to her mission mode, Han Jiangxue walked forward expressionlessly. Jiang Shao said, "In a while, summon a few fireworks centipedes outside and get them to quickly disperse in all directions. Leave the rest to me." Han Jiangxue nodded. Jiang Shao continued to say to everyone, "I'll throw a sound of silence. If the hidden dragon is far away, I'll leave an area at the entrance for us to use our star technique. If the hidden dragon is nearby, it'll definitely escape to the outside under my sound of silence. Wait for my news." Jiang Shao then led Han Jiangxue to the gate of the Shadow Ruins and shielded her behind him. He said softly, "Hide behind me. Be careful." "Okay." Han Jiangxue pursed her lips. Jiang Shao said, "Everyone, retreat, disperse, and prepare for battle. Lowly official, open the gate." Whoosh! All of a sudden, the gate of the Shadow Ruins opened in front of Jiang Shao. Han Jiangxue's arm passed through Jiang Zhao's body and extended outwards. From the outside, it looked like an overlapping space door had suddenly opened, after which a fair and tender palm emerged from the gate of the Shadow Ruins. The scene was rather strange. 3 fireworks centipedes quickly assembled and darted to the left, front, and right under the command of the lone palm. Next, a man with a buzz cut popped his head out of the gate and observed the surroundings. The halo of nostalgia suddenly lit up on the body of the fireworks centipede. Jiang Shao frowned and observed the surroundings. "It's so quiet. Where is this scheming bastard hiding in this corner to plot against me? He's clearly a proud dragon with extremely high race value. Yet, he's actually doing such a shady thing?" Luo 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 luo, Jiang Shao made the sound of a pig eating. Below his round head, a fair hand stretched out from the side of his waist. His slender fingers moved gently, summoning a few more fire hornless puppets. Flame puppet, $1 for 4 flame puppets. Crunchy, star power. Scheming bastard, are you tempted? 6 heads. I'll add a few more for you. Jiang Shao reached his left hand out and patted Han Jiangxue's thigh. The palm that popped out along with Jiang Zhao's head summoned 3 more fireworks centipedes. Chapter 858. Jiang Zhao's eyes turned red and dark clouds gathered in the sky. After a while, it began to drizzle. At the moment of the drizzle, Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Why? It was because the hidden dragon was not far away from the space gate and was hovering in midair, motionless. The massive creature was right in front of him, but Jiang Zhao's nostalgia did not attach itself to it at all. What's going on? Hidden body? Can it hide its body, aura of life, and star power fluctuations? Even nostalgia can't detect its existence, so it can't attach itself to it? The reason Jiang Shao discovered the hidden dragon that was hovering in midair was because of the drizzle. In his perception, there was a large amount of rainwater that did not fall to the ground. Instead, it dripped onto a large silhouette. Strictly speaking, Jiang Shao might not have sensed the existence of the hidden dragon through the effects of the field tier, but through the physical effects of the rain. He might have sensed the existence of the hidden dragon. The mist dragon was indeed the younger brother of the dragon cave. In terms of body size, the mist dragon was close to 20 meters long, while the crystal dragon was definitely more than 30 meters long. The hidden dragon in front of him was probably about 35 meters long. Putting everything else aside, the star technique of the hidden dragon, which was to summon a small hidden dragon, was about 8 meters long. The problem was that one couldn't just look at the length. Their circumference was proportional to their body length. Not only was it longer, but it was also thicker. This gigantic creature was beyond Jiang Zhao's imagination. It was hanging in midair silently and motionlessly. It was not because there was a dragon there, but because the space had not been pieced together properly. Was there a bug? Strange. Horrifying. Without hesitation, Jiang Shao cast Diamond Silence into the soul. One shot of silence was obviously not enough. Jiang Shao cast it several times in a row and the hidden dragon finally began to move its body. At the moment when its large head was smashed by Diamond Silence, a faint silhouette was vaguely revealed. At the same time, nostalgia finally found a living creature within range and attached itself to the hidden dragon. "Oh my God!" Jiang Shao exclaimed while continuing to blast the hidden dragon's body with Diamond Silence. Without a doubt, the hidden dragon, whose invisibility had been broken, had returned to its normal state. But even in its normal form, it was almost invisible to the naked eye. If you didn't look closely, you might walk past it and not know that there was such a thing staring at you with its huge eyes, like a tiger eyeing its prey. Jiang Shao suddenly waved his hand and jumped out. Behind him, the people in the shadow ruins were shocked and hurriedly followed. After leaping out, everyone's expressions changed. Under the curtain of rain, they couldn't see the silhouette of the hidden dragon's body with their naked eyes. However, the huge halo of nostalgia marked the hidden dragon's location. Jiang Shao quickly floated into the air and continued to use silence. He smashed the hidden dragon from head to toe with silence. Roar! Second Last had already transformed into a lynx, and with a roar, a frosty wind rolled up and covered the body of the hidden dragon, allowing everyone to see its body more clearly. Tail Feather Regiment, attack! Li Yishu hollered angrily while casting ice roars. All the ice roars swept towards the huge dragon head, while Han Jiangshue's white flames, Ho Mingming's withering arrows, and three-tailed fox's spiral flames all landed on the connection between the dragon head and its body. "Hey!" Sun Dashing hollered and his huge body rose from the ground. However, even with the body of star power, the gigantic Sun Dashing was just a small guy in front of the hidden dragon. It didn't matter if his body was small, as long as his rod was big. Sun Dashing swung his rod down and hit the connection between the hidden dragon's dragon head and body. His star map did not light up, and he could tell that the huge rod shadow that descended from the sky was not star conversion, but another star technique. It was the star technique Giant Spirit Strike from the limestone cave in Shihai Province. Fu Hei was still giving his comrades halos, but he suddenly frowned. In the drizzling rain, there was suddenly a layer of frost and snow. In the next second, small ice crystals suddenly appeared. Fu Hei's expression changed and he frantically yelled, "Have the crystal dragons caught up?" Almost at the same time, Shadow Crow yelled, "Hurry, end the battle quickly, or teleport away now. The crystal dragons are here." "It's not the crystal dragons, but the crystal dragons? How long will it take for them to arrive?" Li Yishu asked loudly. 20 seconds at most. Shadow Crow yelled frantically. Li Yishu suddenly turned to look at Ho Mingming and said, "Is that enough?" "Enough!" Ho Mingming immediately knew Li Yishu's intentions, and the withering bough in her hand suddenly transformed. The giant bough was even larger than Ho Mingming's body. At the next moment, Ho Mingming placed one foot on the ground and extended her other long leg to step on the bough, which was the middle of the handle. She pulled the bowstring of the withering bough with both hands and leaned back abruptly. Her body was almost lying down diagonally, and she actually used her entire body to shoot the arrow. A pitch-black withering arrow that was rich in star power appeared in front of everyone, causing them to be secretly shocked. Whoosh! The huge withering bough emitted pitch-black starlight and accurately shot towards the hidden dragon's head. However, such a strange and sharp arrow only pierced through the hidden dragon's invisible skin and sank into the hidden dragon's head. The arrow actually failed to penetrate the hidden dragon's head? What level of defense is this? The hidden dragon did not have any star techniques that could increase its body's defense at all. Even its invisible body had been completely restrained by Jiang Zhao's sound of silence. It actually managed to resist the arrow purely with its physical strength. What is a racial advantage? Compared to the physical strength of humans, there was really a huge difference. Although the huge withering arrow did not pierce the hidden dragon's head, the pitch-black withering arrow also spread out, directly outlining the faint outline of the hidden dragon's head. The hidden dragon struggled violently, but Jiang Zhao's diamond, sound of silence was still smearing on the hidden dragon's body evenly, restraining its movements and greatly reducing the extent of its struggle. Casting diamond, sound of silence again and consuming so much star power. Is it really okay? Jiang Zhao said. No problem. There was a bunch of power banks in Jiang Zhao's body, including a charging fortress. Li Yishu waved his hand and a gust of wind swept across, blowing the muddle-headed Ho Mingming into his scourge ruins. That was Li Yishu's battle strategy, which was also what Second Last had instructed him to do when she handed over the commanding authority to him. Second Last said, "When I give you commands, I want results, not hesitation." Li Yishu used his actions to show that he was doing exactly what Second Last had expected of him, and that he wanted results at all costs. At the same time, the hidden dragon's head that was restrained in the sky shrunk again and again under the outline of the pitch-black color. It was constantly being melted, and the dragon's scales that were dyed with the pitch-black color fell continuously. Before they landed on the ground, they had already melted and disappeared without a trace. Just like that, the huge dragon's head withered bit by bit in front of everyone. Its long body was still struggling frantically in mid-air. If not for the confinement of the sound of silence, it might have been able to activate the hidden body and strengthen its self-repair function. That would have been another story. However, Jiang Zhao was around and he couldn't let that happen. Li Yishu locked Ho Mingming in his scourge ruins and yelled, "Han Jiangxue, get ready to defend! Target the grassland!" A pitch-black, dilapidated dragon head finally descended from the sky and landed heavily in the desert. Pieces of ice roar were still smashing the huge dragon head, all for the sake of the star bead inside. No one dared to approach the dilapidated dragon head that was still covered in a pitch-black color. Even the ground of the desert had been dyed with a withering color. "I found it! I found the star bead! Stop attacking!" Shadow Crow yelled frantically before transforming into a crow and flying over. The hidden dragon. Not only was its body in an invisible outline, but even its star bead was almost transparent. If it weren't for Shadow Crow's field tier, it would have taken them a long time to find the star bead. However, when Shadow Crow circled to the back of the hidden dragon, he discovered that the star bead had already been stained with a pitch-black color. Although withering could not destroy the star bead, the pitch-black color was still stubbornly melting and withering the hidden dragon's star bead. Under such circumstances, even without the field tear, they would still be able to find the star bead, But the problem was this. All of a sudden, Shadow Crow was in a dilemma. What should he do? After so much effort, everyone finally obtained a star bead, but Shadow Crow dared not use his mouth to hold it, nor did he dare to use his hands to grab it. Jiang Zhao's voice sounded from behind. His eyes were red and the rain was still drizzling. He said, "My cleansing tears are useless against the withering effect. Withering is not a negative state and can't be purified. It's an offensive mode." Shadow Crow landed near the star bead and transformed into a human. He said, "The crystal dragons are coming soon. How long will the withering state last?" In the rain, the fireworks puppet that was emitting water vapor immediately scurried over and picked up the star bead that had been stained by the withering color. Han Jiangxue raised her fingers slightly, and a gust of barren wind swept across. The fireworks puppet that was burning with black flames in her hands darted towards Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue suddenly opened her palm and pressed it down gently. The space in front of her was stacked up, and the fireworks puppet hugged the star bead and darted into Han Jiangxue's Sky Smasher domain. Han Jiangxue said, "Let's wait for it to extinguish by itself." "Great. Let's go," Li Yishu said frantically. Han Jiangxue placed one hand on her waist and lifted up a sphere with her palm facing up. Whoosh! The black space teleportation shield was opened again, and the crowd disappeared without a trace. Screech, screech! A few seconds after they disappeared, large pieces of sugar cubes fell from the sky and smashed the place into a mess. Putting aside the group of irascible crystal dragons that were chasing after them, the members of the tail feather group alone, Han Jiangxue followed Li Yishu's instructions and directly teleported to the grassland. The terrain was probably the best in the dragon cave. When they arrived, it was nighttime. The moon shone brightly and the fireflies danced in the air. The soft soil, the swaying grass, the tranquility, the scene was so beautiful. Regardless of what others thought, Jiang Shao felt that it was beautiful. If not for the panting sounds of the dragon behind him, it would be even more beautiful. "Little Jiangxue, your face is so fair. Why did you go to Africa to be a chief?" The first teleportation seemed to be stable, but there was a hidden dragon that was hunting underground. The second teleportation. Impressive, little Jiangxue. You directly teleported everyone to the front of a star dragon? Gulp. Everyone's eyes widened, and the sound of someone's Adam's apple moving could be heard. The group of people immediately turned their heads. The huge dragon breath behind them stopped for a moment, and a pair of huge dragon eyes that seemed to contain an endless starry sky suddenly opened. Whoosh! Han Jiangxue took out the ripple ball again, and the dragon with the starry sky skin smashed its head over. Boom! The dragon's head hit the dark sky teleportation shield, causing it to shake for a while. The dark sky teleportation shield was retracted again, and everyone quickly disappeared in front of the star dragon. Immediately after, they appeared in another grassland. Everyone was like birds that were startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. They quickly scanned their surroundings to make sure that there were no living creatures around. After carefully observing for a while, everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief. Jiang Zhao's voice sounded from the side. "This is too thrilling. Little Jiangxue, I'm afraid you're the first person in the dragon cave who dares to tease the star dragon." Han Jiangxue was speechless. Jiang Shao said, "You're just showing off. Isn't it good to be an obedient Dharma goddess? Why do you have to learn from me? You're also a member of the toxic milk powder, right?" Han Jiangxue blushed and glared at Jiang Shao. The scene just now actually represented the state of the team after they entered the dragon cave. Dancing on the tip of the sword. Surrounded by danger. For Jiang Shao, only by repeatedly jumping on the edge of life and death would he be able to show off his real skills. "Very well, little Jiangxue. I, the Toxic Milk King, officially announce. You can graduate now." It was already normal for the toxic milk to write 7,000 to 8,000 words a day. For example, this chapter was more than 3,800 words. There were many chapters like this, but they were less than 4,000 words. The writing level and speed varied from person to person. I've already done my best to ensure the quality and quantity of my work. I've been writing this book for a year. All of you have seen my attitude towards writing during this long period of time. I will continue to persevere. For those who really can't do it, please forgive me. For those who are already doing it and have been doing it, I hope that everyone will subscribe and vote to support the Toxic Milk. The above text is free. Chapter 859. Li Yishu immediately opened the door of the Scourge Ruins, and everyone entered. The space door immediately disappeared, and the grassland fell silent again. Jiang Shao also saw Ho Mingming, who was lying on the ground and unconscious. He frantically raised his hand, and a ray of blessing descended from the sky and landed on Ho Mingming's body. Ho Mingming murmured softly in her sleep, but she was not woken up by the blessing. Instead, she seemed to be sleeping even more soundly. The side effects of the withering arrow seemed to be huge. That reminded Jiang Shao that when he used the withering bow and star transformation weapon in the future, he had to be careful not to use it. If he really had no choice but to use it, he had to turn off his synesthesia. Otherwise, it would affect the other baits and the main body. Jiang Shao walked forward and gently covered Ho Mingming's forehead with the white light in his hand. He then rubbed her temples gently with his thumb and ring finger. Jiang Shao turned around to look at everyone, only to realize that Second Last had already started a meeting with the team. We can't go on like this. The creatures in the Dragon Cave are relatively densely distributed. If we use Han Jiangshue's teleportation skill to escape, we can easily enter the territory of the other dragons. We can deal with the other dragon-type creatures, but once we encounter the imprisoned dragons, our lives will be in danger. Li Yishu nodded heavily and also realized that she was lacking in commanding. She said, "That's right, we shouldn't rely too much on Han Jiangshue's teleportation star technique. It's too dangerous here." But it can't be helped. At the side, the Tengu sighed and said, "Faced with the pursuit of the crystal dragons, as well as a series of greater crises that we may encounter in the future, we have no choice but to avoid them. Han Jiangshue's star technique of teleportation is an inevitable choice for us to survive." Second Last turned to look at Tengu and said, "Think of other solutions." Tengu said, "The entrance to the Dragon Cave is located at the intersection of the four terrains. That place is relatively safer." "No." Second Last refused decisively. "We can't lead the dragons there. Even if we suffer casualties, we can't lead the danger to the entrance of the Dragon Cave." Tengu said, "Let's create a safe zone ourselves then." Fu Hei immediately got interested and asked, "Create a safe zone?" "Yes." Tengu said, "From the looks of it, the grassland we're in is still considered safe. We can dig down and create an underground base. In the future, if there's really a need for Han Jiangshue to activate the instant defense, she can directly teleport us back to this place." Second Last nodded and turned to look at Li Yishu. Without waiting for Li Yishu to speak, Tengu continued, "The field of vision in the grassland is relatively wider. Build a simple underground cave so that when you come out, it will be easier to observe the surroundings." Li Yishu said, "It will also make it easier for the other dragons to discover us." Tengu's expression was solemn as he nodded silently. Shadow Crow hurriedly said, "Before we come out from underground, I can use the tier of domain." The Heavenly Hound brought up another topic. "Inya, the reason why those crystal dragons are chasing us so quickly is probably because of your tier domain." Shadow Crow, "Huh?" The Heavenly Hound analyzed and said, "We killed a crystal dragon and incurred the wrath of the proud dragons. Besides, they will not rest until they die. If nothing goes wrong, we will always be chased by them. The group of people who killed the crystal dragon have the ability to change the environment. That's your tier domain. In this dragon cave, no dragons have the star technique of rainfall. So, when their ice crystal domain senses the rain, they will definitely rush in the direction of the rain and chase us. Shadow Crow was secretly astonished and wanted to refute, but Tengu's words made sense. After being stunned for a while, Shadow Crow said, "If we can't use the tier domain, the team will be blind and we won't be able to move an inch." While speaking, Shadow Crow glanced at Jiang Shao casually. "There are some solutions," Tengu said. "Apart from the tier domain, the Crystal Dragon's Ice Crystal domain and the Fog Dragon's Mist domain are all perception-type star techniques that are stronger than the tier domain. If we use the perception-type star techniques of their race, they will at least discover the range of the snowfall and mist and not attack us directly." "No." Second Last refused resolutely and said, "Every star bead we obtain here must be handed over. The country has already been training warriors to explore the Dragon Cave, and we have to pool our resources. This mission is serious, and the discipline is equally strict. We must hand it over." Everyone present was above the standard in terms of quality and accomplishment. They were all extremely loyal, and no one raised any objections. Second Last had already made it clear to everyone when they were in the small auditorium of the Fun City Hotel. Heavenly Hound stopped talking about this matter and asked, "Shadow Crow, in your perception, how many crystal dragons are chasing after us?" Shadow Crow answered without hesitation, 4. At the side, Jiang Shao finally said, "Give it a try?" All of a sudden, there was silence in the ruins of Calamity as everyone looked at Jiang Shao, who was sitting beside Ho Mingming. Jiang Shao grinned and his voice became softer and softer. "Am I getting a little carried away? How about we divert the trouble?" Tengu asked. Second Last raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "Okay." Tengu crossed his arms and pondered while saying, "If nothing goes wrong, at least the 4 crystal dragons have already formed an irreconcilable grudge against us. If you want us to continue exploring the Dragon Cave, we have to either let Han Jiangxue teleport us to the depths of the Dragon Cave and completely avoid the crystal dragons, or we have to completely destroy the 4 crystal dragons." Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "I think the star dragon that loves to sleep is very suitable to fight against the 4 crystal dragons." Tengu nodded and said, "That's a good idea." Tengu then turned to look at Han Jiangxue and asked, "How far away are we from the desert that we were previously?" "It's not far. I don't dare to go too deep into the Dragon Cave. After all, according to the information, the imprisoned dragons rest in the depths of various scenes," Han Jiangxue said coldly. Shadow Crow said, "They're very fast. If we really want to create a situation where we can watch the tigers fight, we need a more perfect cooperation. Besides, the Star Dragon isn't easy to deal with. It was asleep just now, but it immediately sensed our presence." Jiang Shao suddenly raised his hand like a student who was about to speak. However, his action made Njie, who had been silent all this while, tilt his body abruptly. Sure, Njie was clearly hiding from Blessing. It was clearly a subconscious action that his body reacted before his mind. All of a sudden, the atmosphere in the Scourge ruins became a little strange. Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, "I teleport faster than little Jiangxue, so I'm very suitable to seduce them." Han Jiangxue's heart tensed up and she opened her mouth, but she couldn't say anything. Second Last looked at Jiang Shao and pondered for a while before saying, "The task of seducing them doesn't belong to you." As soon as Second Last finished speaking, Shadow Crow stood up. He had the field tear and the blade of death, so he was the best candidate to be the scout. In the Dragon Cave, any random attack from a dragon could take a human's life, yet the Shadow Crow stood up without any hesitation. "Let me do it, Leader Luan," Jiang Shao said again. Second Last looked at Jiang Shao expressionlessly. Jiang Shao said, "There's a fundamental difference between teleportation and rapid movement. If Shadow Crow encounters other dragons on the way back, it'll be a different story. I have teleportation and I also have the star technique Rain of Tears. In a while, Han Jiangxue will teleport us to the location between the Star Dragon and the Crystal Dragon. We can create a safe underground shelter. Don't worry, it won't be a problem. Second Last thought about it and nodded silently. She didn't care about the other teammates who wanted to say something. Instead, she waved her hand and said, "The plan has been decided. That's all for now." Due to Second Last's identity and powerful aura, no one said anything else. After a while, Jiang Shao looked at the sleeping Ho Mingming and got up to walk towards Han Jiangxue. "Open Sky Smasher. Let's see how the star beads are doing." "Okay." Han Jiangxue opened Sky Smasher and Jiang Shao poked his head in carefully. The fireworks puppet had already disappeared, and so was the pitch-black luster of withering. The problem was, where were the star beads of the hidden dragon? Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Where are the star beads? Could they have been melted by withering? That shouldn't be the case. Withering didn't melt the star beads at all. Jiang Shao reached his hand in and rummaged around. Ever since Jiang Shao had his own Calamity Shadow World, all the precious star beads that were stored with Han Jiangxue had been moved into the Calamity Shadow World and placed in the Stone Villa. At this moment, Han Jiangxue's Sky Smasher was extremely spacious and empty, just like a void. Jiang Shao was still searching when the cloak that he was wearing suddenly curled up and reached into Sky Smasher. It then brought out a baseball-sized star bead and handed it to Jiang Shao. "This." Jiang Shao stared at the almost transparent star bead in front of him. Its outline was terrifyingly shallow, and there was no star power flowing in it at all. Its texture was even better than that of the hidden dragon's body. It simply had an invisibility effect. Jiang Shao grabbed the hidden dragon's star bead and shook it in his hand. At the same time, he also saw the information in the internal star map. Hidden Dragon Star Bead, Diamond Quality, Star Technique, 1. Hidden Charge. Summons a small hidden dragon in a semi-invisible state to attack the target. 2 small hidden dragons can exist at most at the same time for 10 seconds. Diamond Quality, 2. Concealment. Allows the summoner to freely control the small hidden dragon and cancel the summoning at any time. Diamond Quality, 3. Hidden Body. Conceals the body, star power fluctuations, and life aura. Strengthens the recovery of star power and strengthens the self-repair function of the body. The body cannot move when using the star technique. Diamond Quality. Jiang Shao was taken aback. 3 Diamond Quality Star Techniques? Allows 2 hidden dragons to exist at the same time for the user to freely control? Wait, 10 seconds? Intelligence is the key to battles. In other words, even if they don't encircle the small hidden dragon, it will automatically dissipate after 10 seconds? Jiang Shao frowned and thought about the scene of the small hidden dragon rushing into the Calamity Ruins. Indeed, from the moment the small stealth dragon entered the Shadow Calamity Ruins to the moment it was engulfed by everyone's ice roar and killed, it did not take more than 10 seconds. Come to think of it, is this star bead a combat technique or a technique? Why does it feel so appropriate? The Hidden Dragon Star Technique was similar to the Golden Wave Star Technique of the Xiangnan region, but the second star technique allowed the user to freely control the hidden dragon. Clearly, it was more advanced than the star techniques of the Xiangnan region. Besides, the third star technique, Hidden Body, was a life-saving star technique. Of course, it was not a pure healing star technique, but it could ensure safety while strengthening one's own recovery ability. It was perfect. Jiang Shao was secretly astonished and thought, if I give this star technique to Big Cat, 1 slash could create a dragon, and 1 dragon could destroy an entire team. No matter how much Second Last cherishes her star slots, she won't want such an awesome star technique. Stupid sister. I have to stuff this star bead into your star map. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 860. The scorching sun hung high in the sky and descended rapidly. Under this unique weather phenomenon, the gate of the Calamity Ruins opened quietly and a group of people swarmed out. Apart from Ho Mingming, who was sleeping like a dead pig, everyone else was in high spirits and ready to go. Second Last turned around and gestured to Han Jiangshu. At the next moment, a dark space teleportation shield was opened and the group of people disappeared without a trace. Then, a group of people appeared beside a small stream. Second Last was on high alert and looked around. After a while, she said, "This is the central point of the connection between the Hidden Dragon's corpse and the Star Dragon's location." Han Jiangshu said with uncertainty, "It should be." Second Last turned to look at Han Jiangshu with a stern expression. "I want an affirmative answer, not a 'it should be' or 'it could be.'" Han Jiangshu pursed her lips and said in a humble manner, "I've tried my best, but I can't guarantee that this is the central point of the connection between the two dragons." Unexpectedly, Second Last nodded and said nothing else. Everyone knew that the problem of ability could not be solved for the time being. As long as they tried their best, Second Last wouldn't ask for too much. "Dig an underground cave and use it as a temporary base," Second Last said. Like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, the group of people displayed their respective abilities. In just a few minutes they had dug out a cellar. In fact, with Li Yishu's Earth Star technique, the cellar looked rather decent. It was squarish and had several air vents that were slanted upwards. The air vents that were slanted upwards could prevent the snow from falling directly into it and prevent the crystal dragon's ice crystal domain from discovering them. The design was rather ingenious. Han Jiangshu casually summoned a firework puppet to provide light for everyone. At the side, Jiang Shao was already ready to go. There were no doors or entrances to the cellar because Li Yishu had sealed it from the inside. There were only air vents here. Hence, without destroying the terrain, they could only rely on the star techniques of teleportation and teleportation. However, the Shadow Crow transformed into a little crow and was able to hover down from the air vent, barely managing to fly in. Phew! Jiang Shao took a deep breath and glanced at everyone. "Don't look so sullen. When I come back, it means that my mission has been completed. When that time comes, no one is allowed to cheer. Don't attract the dragon over, understand? Everyone!" Jiang Zhao's words dispelled the low spirits and heavy atmosphere of parting. Second Last pressed her hand against Jiang Zhao's head and pressed it towards her. Second Last lowered her head and bumped her forehead against Jiang Zhao's. "Be careful." Along the way, they had gone through too many dangers and near-death situations. Even the resolute Second Last felt a little emotional under such special circumstances. Jiang Shao was going to attract the 4 crystal dragons and a terrifying star dragon. He was going to create an earth-shattering battle. The difficulty of such a task was simply not something that an ordinary person could complete. In fact, it was something that ordinary people could not even imagine. Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. If there was anything he could say to comfort her, this would be it. Jiang Shao said softly, "You know me." Jiang Shao then pushed Second Last away and turned to look at Han Jiangshu. He had also said those words to Han Jiangshu. Afterwards, Jiang Shao did not bid farewell anymore and immediately left in a flash, appearing in the desert. He returned to the corpse of the hidden dragon. As soon as Jiang Shao appeared, he felt a bone-chilling coldness. Snowflakes were falling from the sky, and ice crystals were floating in mid-air. There was also the special frost dragon breath beside Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao flashed in front of the corpse of the hidden dragon while the crystal dragon was eating. Hence, he could imagine how close they were. So, the question was, how close were they? The answer was, as close as they could get. There was no need to use the star technique Rain of Tears to lure the crystal dragons. The 4 crystal dragons were already there, eating and biting the hidden dragon's body. Jiang Zhao's appearance stunned the 4 kings who were eating. Without hesitation, Jiang Shao waved his sword and a giant blood-colored sword appeared in his hand. He then slashed the lower jaw of the crystal dragon, and green glow appeared on the sword. Whoosh, roar. The massive creature that looked like a divine beast that was 35 to 36 meters long was sent flying more than 100 meters away by a kid. A field of frost and snow danced chaotically, and a field of ice crystals flowed everywhere. The scene was extremely shocking. The soul-stirring roar of the dragon drifted away and echoed in the beautiful night sky. The other 3 crystal dragons were dumbfounded. Jiang Shao tried his best to raise his head and look at the 3 huge dragon heads. He held the sword in one hand, spread his hands, and shrugged his shoulders. The crystal dragons were speechless. In this world, if there was really someone who could integrate suave and surly into one action, that person's name must be Jiang Shao. Huff, the crystal dragon was instantly infuriated. Although there was no fire in its large eyes, they were almost frozen to the point of cracking. Pieces of ice crystals blew over fiercely. Jiang Shao grinned and flashed, appearing 100 meters behind him. Shoo! Jiang Shao whistled at the crystal dragons in the distance and gestured at them. Immediately after, large pieces of ice crystals fell down. Jiang Shao held onto the flower blade and slashed it left and right, cutting the squarish ice crystal neatly. Amidst these sugar cubes, his body leaned left and right, dodging and twisting. It was simply amazing. He displayed his skills that had been tempered in actual combat to the fullest. It turned out that Jiang Shao could fly through the flowers in the meteorite fire, and he could also do the same in the sugar cubes. Hey! Green glow appeared on Jiang Shao's shoulder, and he knocked away a piece of ice crystal. He then raised his sword and sliced the ice crystal that was falling on his head, causing 2 pieces of ice crystal to fall on both sides of his body. Such cute cubes of sugar really made my figure look even sweeter. At the next moment, Jiang Shao was shocked. Damn it! So fast? They can shrink the ground 100 meters away. These exquisite ice crystal dragons can actually move at high speed when they're furious? Their speed is probably not much slower than the blade of death, right? What kind of insane race value is this? What kind of terrifying physical attributes are they? They're indeed worthy of being diamond-level creatures. The dragons that have given up on the star technique of ice crystal are moving at full speed at a terrifying speed. They can even get the shadow crow to come? I'm afraid I won't even know how I died. Jiang Shao didn't dare to be careless. Although he had many thoughts, he teleported even faster and teleported 1,000 meters away. Jiang Shao wasn't afraid that the crystal dragons wouldn't be able to find him because he was still within the range of the ice crystal domain. He knew that he couldn't escape their eyes. Jiang Shao leaped back gently and seemed to have a tendency to lie down. The sea-engulfing robe understood and flew away with Jiang Shao. You crystal dragons have an insane race value, and my sea-engulfing robe isn't for nothing. We're both diamond-level big shots, so why don't we compare our speeds? A few seconds later, Jiang Shao flashed again. The sea-engulfing robe really can't compare to the speed of the dragons. It doesn't matter. My sea-engulfing robe is in the deep sea, while yours is in the sky. It's understandable that I can't compare to you. In the process of escaping, Jiang Shao's eyes had already turned red, and it was drizzling. After flying backward and flashing for a while, Jiang Shao stepped into the grassland. Soon, he found the stream and the land with traces of soil being turned over. Jiang Shao continued to fly backward and calculated the distance between this place and the corpse of the desert hidden dragon. He then flashed in the direction that Han Jiangxue had instructed him to go. Jiang Shao frowned slightly and floated in the air while looking at the endless grassland below. The question now was, where's the star dragon? Did it fly away because it was woken up? As Jiang Shao flashed, it began to drizzle in the area. Amidst the drizzle, Jiang Shao looked up abruptly and saw a massive creature hovering in the sky. Looking down at Jiang Shao, the scene was rather awkward. Okay. Jiang Shao waved his hand at the star dragon. The skin of the star dragon was extremely peculiar, so peculiar that it was beyond Jiang Zhao's imagination. Its skin was in motion, yes. The nearly 40-meter-long star dragon's skin was a black void with stars surrounding it. On its body, one could see the dazzling galaxy and even the dreamlike nebula. That spiral. Is it a stellar system? Its dazzling body seemed to contain a universe. It was incomparably magnificent, incomparably profound. Just a glance at it would make one feel insignificant. However, the dreamlike dragon had an incomparably majestic aura that was really suppressing and enveloping Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao could not tell which was the pupil of the huge dragon's eyes that were filled with bright stars, but he could clearly feel that his body was being locked by its gaze. However, the star dragon did not attack Jiang Shao. It quietly floated in the sky, overlooking everything, including Jiang Shao, crushing Jiang Zhao's aura. When the star dragon realized that the weak creature dared not move at all, it turned its head around arrogantly, as if it couldn't be bothered to look at Jiang Shao again. In fact, it didn't even let out a threatening dragon breath and roar before flying away quietly. It was like a different dragon, compared to the state it was in when everyone disturbed its sleep. Seeing that the star dragon was leaving, Jiang Shao was not happy. What do you mean? You attacked when there was a group of people around? You looked down on me when there was only one of me? Who are you looking down on? I'm also wearing the sea-devouring robe of diamond rank. What? Is your race value so high that it can crush everything? I'll release the humming whale to fight you. Whoosh. Jiang Shao swung his sword. Crack. The rapidly spinning flower blade accurately hit the star dragon's tail, hitting an eagle-shaped nebula. The star dragon's body suddenly stopped. Jiang Zhao's expression changed too. How could such a sharp flower blade not penetrate the star dragon's skin? When Jiang Shao slashed at the face of the crystal dragon just now, he managed to cut off pieces of ice crystals. Is the star dragon's defense so high? High in the sky, the star dragon suddenly turned around and looked at Jiang Shao with its bright eyes. Jiang Shao stood in midair, the tail of his pitch-black cloak fluttering as he slowly flew backward. Jiang Shao grinned, raised his head, and whistled at Star Dragon. Shoo! Star Dragon was dumbfounded. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 861. Star Dragon's gigantic head that was surrounded by floating nebulae was extremely mysterious and exquisite, but it made a retarded expression. Or rather, it looked like it was looking at a retard. The star dragon tilted its head slightly and even blinked. It stared at Jiang Shao with its huge eyes, seemingly a little dumbfounded and unsure of what the ant below was going to do. Jiang Shao held the flower blade and pointed it at Star Dragon from afar. If I kill you, I'll be the real evil dragon. If he wasn't mistaken, Star Dragon probably couldn't understand Mandarin. However, given Jiang Zhao's posture, Star Dragon didn't need to understand Jiang Zhao's language to understand his provocation. In the night sky, a dazzling star suddenly fell. Jiang Shao, who was wearing the sea-devouring robe, tilted his body and dodged the falling star by a hair's breadth. The star should be a pure energy body that emitted dazzling rays of light. It was at least 5 meters in diameter, and didn't seem like a star technique that could be summoned easily. Bang! The star fell on the grassland, and not only did it create a huge pit, but it also exploded instantly, sputtering terrifying energy in all directions. Jiang Shao was secretly shocked. How could a star that Star Dragon casually summoned be so powerful? Star Dragon seemed a little surprised and interested. Its pair of starry eyes locked onto Jiang Shao. It raised its head slightly again, and another huge star fell from the sky. Dodge! Jiang Shao flew rapidly in the air and dodged the huge star again. However, the falling star did not continue to fall. Instead, it suddenly changed direction and rushed towards Jiang Shao again. Wow! Are you a sore loser? How can such a huge star track me? With the help of the sea-devouring robe, Jiang Shao flew randomly and dodged the star's pursuit. However, the language that Star Dragon couldn't understand seemed to be a provocation to it. So, energy surged and the star shone brightly. The star fell and there seemed to be a meteor shower on the grassland. Jiang Shao couldn't care less. In a flash, he stood 100 meters away from Star Dragon and swung the flower blade in his hand at the huge body of Star Dragon. Star Dragon's body was clearly 100 meters away from Jiang Shao, but the dragon's roar seemed to come from the deep universe. It was faint and dreamy. It's coming, it's coming. It had brought a group of stars with it. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Jiang Shao turned around and fled towards the desert. Within the range of his rain, he had already sensed the small ice crystal floating in midair in the ice crystal domain. Did the crystal dragon also come? Very good. Both teams were ready. The show was about to begin. Jiang Zhao's figure flew rapidly in the drizzle, chasing after a bright star behind him. In front of Jiang Shao was a group of crystal dragons that were rushing towards him. Their mouths were wide open and emitting a strong icy aura. Under the furious gaze of the 4 crystal dragons, Jiang Shao was really reckless. Holding a flower blade, he charged into the group of dragons and killed his way over. It was getting closer and closer. Facing the ferocious tail of the ice crystal dragon, Jiang Zhao's body sank abruptly and rushed towards the hinterland of the enemy camp with the stars behind him. A piece of sugar cube fell and a frosty aura sprayed down. The sea-engulfing robe that Jiang Shao was wearing actually seemed to be frozen. Whoosh! At the moment when Jiang Shao was about to collide with a crystal dragon, his figure suddenly disappeared. Jiang Zhao's figure disappeared, but the stars that followed him did not disappear. Rumble! In the cellar, Jiang Zhao's figure suddenly appeared. Everyone looked over worriedly. Ha! Jiang Shao spat out a cloud of frost and the sea-engulfing robe on his body shook thrice, scattering pieces of ice crystals. Jiang Zhao's lips turned purple from the cold and he quickly walked towards the fireworks mages. Han Jiangshu waved her hands and 3 fireworks mages appeared in a row, surrounding Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao was speechless. The fireworks mages were tall and burly, each of them more than 5 meters tall. Han Jiangshu did have good intentions and wanted to warm up Jiang Zhao's body. However, the scene at this moment was rather comical. Jiang Shao was like a bullied brat who was surrounded by a group of burly men. Everything was ready except for Jiang Shao to hug his head and squat down. The sea-engulfing robe's choice was beyond Jiang Zhao's expectations. It actually brought Jiang Zhao's body into the arms of one of the fireworks mages. Is the Diamond Tycoon really not afraid of being burned? He even deliberately let the fireworks mages defrost him? How is it? Second last asked from outside. Before Jiang Shao could respond, everyone heard the roar of a dragon in the distance. Majestic. Furious. It was not without reason that people used the phrase, the roar of a tiger and the roar of a dragon, to describe the majestic and resonant sound. Tsk tisk. Jiang Shao couldn't help but be astonished when he heard the furious roar that seemed to be able to cause the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. If he recorded the sound and used it as an alarm, the effect would definitely be perfect. The beautiful day started from being scared silly. As the battle began, soil slid down from the ceiling of the cellar, and Li Yishu hurriedly used her Earth Star technique to reinforce the ceiling of the cellar. Everyone's hearts palpitated with fear. They couldn't see what was happening outside, but the earth-shattering sound allowed them to imagine a lot of images. The sound of ice crystals being smashed, the sound of stars falling, and the sound of explosions. The furious roars of the crystal dragons and the arrogant and majestic roars of the star dragon, regardless of how elite the soldiers in the cellar were, they all became obedient children at this moment. No one dared to make a sound, and all of them listened quietly to the Battle of Doomsday in the distance. The intelligence of the dragons was above average. Of course, the Star Dragon knew that it had been used, and the Crystal Dragons also knew that the Star Dragon in front of them was not their initial target. However, apart from having high intelligence, the dragons also had another biological characteristic: arrogance. Arrogance was the bane of all dragons. Have we fallen into the trap of the villains? Yes, we all know that, but so what? Those who stand in my way will die. The battle lasted for a long time, so long that everyone could no longer sit still. No, we can't go on like this. If the battle continues, it will only attract more dragons. Let's go, Jiang Shao said softly. Okay. Second Last nodded with a sullen expression. The development of the situation had clearly exceeded everyone's expectations. They initially thought that the battle would end quickly and that they could reap the benefit. However, it seemed that the battle would continue for a long time. Jiang Shao suggested, "Let's go to the desert where the corpse of the hidden dragon is. It's safe there for the time being." Second Last said, "Sure." Han Jiangxue took out the ripple ball, but at the next moment, her expression changed because the dark space teleportation shield did not open. Second Last said, "Han Jiangxue." Han Jiangxue frowned and turned to look at Second Last. She said softly, "The teleportation shield can't be opened." Everyone was stunned. Jiang Shao immediately flashed on the spot. He was indeed in the same spot, but he didn't flash at all. Second Last and Li Yishu waved their hands at the same time, but the door of the Calamity Ruins did not open either. Imprisoned dragon? The imprisoned dragon has appeared? Doesn't that creature live in the deepest part of the dragon cave? Why did it come here? Was it attracted by the earth-shattering battle of the dragons? The Heavenly Hound said with a sullen expression, "I'm sorry, that was my suggestion." The Heavenly Hound wanted to say that he had to take responsibility for this operation, but he discovered to his dismay that he couldn't afford to bear the responsibility at all. The team might very well be buried there because of his suggestion. Such a situation was also happening. Second Last raised a finger and looked at them sternly while suppressing everyone's voices. She said softly, "The last thing we need now is to blame ourselves and panic. Everyone, fight well." The group of soldiers had solemn expressions on their faces and stood ramrod straight. Second Last said, "Han Jiangxue, cancel the fireworks puppets." The 4 fireworks puppets then disappeared without a trace, and the cellar was plunged into darkness. A small flame appeared in Second Last's hand, which provided the lowest level of illumination. Under such special circumstances, Second Last became the only voice in the team. Our Space Series star techniques have only been sealed. We can use our other star techniques normally. The Heavenly Hound's eyes glistened and he said, "Ice crystals and frost can't float in, but fog can. The fog dragon will definitely discover our existence. We can't be sure if the imprisoned dragon or the fog dragon will leave first. So we can't just wait here. Even if we seal the vents, we have to bear a certain amount of risk." Ever since they entered the dragon cave, every battle and even every action they took was a life-and-death situation. Now, they were experiencing the greatest crisis in the dragon cave, or even in their entire Star Warrior career. Second Last looked at the Heavenly Hound and said, "The problem has already appeared. What I want is a solution." The Heavenly Hound murmured softly, "As you said, only our Space Series star techniques have been sealed. However, if we act rashly and get discovered by the imprisoned dragon, all our star power and star techniques will be sealed." The Heavenly Hound gestured to Li Yishu and said, "Let's use the Mud Series to open up a path. We'll move underground directly. It might be slower, but as long as we leave this battlefield, we'll definitely be able to escape from the imprisoned dragon. The most important thing is to be cautious during the process of moving. We can't make too big of a move. We can't let any dragons discover our existence." Second last pondered for a moment and agreed with the Heavenly Hound's plan. She turned to look at Li Yishu and said, "You heard it. Now, open up a tunnel diagonally downward. Everyone, keep quiet and follow. 9 tails, bring up the rear." Li Yishu stretched his hand out and the mud wall in front of him surged, forming the shape of a tunnel. The flames in Second Last's hands quickly covered her palms, and she led the way. They stepped onto the path that Li Yishu had opened up for them and walked diagonally downward. Jiang Xiao, who was at the back of the team, walked into the mud tunnel. Behind him, the mud at the entrance of the tunnel surged and was sealed. From the moment they encountered a crisis to finding a solution and executing it immediately, the personal qualities of the members of the team were displayed perfectly. They didn't panic at all and didn't make any unnecessary sounds. It's so comfortable to be able to act with such comrades. Jiang Xiao spread his hands in his arms and a chubby little boy appeared with a white candle flame burning on its head. Jiang Xiao patted little candle's soft and supple body and said softly, "Use the light star technique." Little candle twisted its body and the white candle flame on its head became brighter, providing illumination for the people behind. In the middle of the team, Yan Xiaomu also appeared beside Han Jiangshue's feet. As soon as the cute little fiery figure appeared, it struck an interesting pose and raised its head to hug the sun. Wu Yi smack. Yan Xiaomu was kicked onto the ground by Han Jiangshue gently. Looking dejected, it rubbed its butt and stood up. It then followed Han Jiangshue obediently and dared not make any more sounds. Second Last said, "Jiang Xiao, flash at any time and confirm if we've left the sealed area of the imprisoned dragon." Jiang Xiao said, "Got it." I recommended a book to my friend called Creating a Game World. Those who are interested can read it. In addition, Weibo is holding a lucky draw for the first anniversary of the publication of 9 Stars of Poison Milk. The prizes are 2,333 Qidian coins *10, Qidian physical badges *5, and QQ dolls *1. There are also many pictures of the characters drawn by the big shots on Weibo. Those who are interested can take a look. Weibo name: You Loves Writing. The above text is free. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 862. In the underground tunnel, a group of people walked quietly. "Something's wrong. Something's wrong." Second Last pressed Li Yishu's shoulder and pulled him back. Li Yishu immediately stopped opening the mud tunnel. Beside him, Inya tilted his head slightly and closed his eyes. He said softly, "I seem to have heard something. This sound is, there's an underground cave here? There's a dragon in the cave?" Inya clearly heard the sound of the dragon breathing. Second Last was shocked and immediately raised her right fist. Everyone in the team immediately stopped. She said softly but sternly, "Retreat, retreat immediately." There was indeed an underground cavern a dozen meters away from the dirt tunnel that everyone was in, and there was indeed a giant dragon coiled in it. At this moment, it was silently looking at the empty wall on the left with its pair of bright starry eyes. Clearly, it had already sensed something and remained motionless, seemingly waiting for its prey to take the bait. Its huge eyes seemed to be able to see through the layers of stone and soil and see the bodies of a group of ants. There's actually a star dragon here? In the dragon cave, the best places with the best environment seemed to have been occupied by star dragons. Hence, there was a problem now. Second Last had a perception-type star technique that allowed her to quickly obtain information about the environment within a certain range. However, Star Dragon probably didn't have any perception-type star techniques. Yet, it managed to notice that someone was coming? What's going on? Is the dragon race's perceptive ability really that strong? Seemingly sensing that everyone was retreating, the dragon's eyes suddenly lit up and the dazzling galaxy in them flowed in an orderly manner. It was dreamy and beautiful. In the dragon's eyes that were filled with a river of stars, a star grew larger as if it was flying over from the distant night sky. Finally, that star passed through the dragon's huge eyes and blasted out. Bang! The soil exploded and gravel flew everywhere. The debris of the star that splattered in all directions was filled with strong star power and destructive power, destroying everything in the area. In an instant, the underground cave trembled, and it was as if everything was wailing because of the star. Fu Hei raised his hand and cast a star technique of silence. He couldn't be bothered anymore. Li Yishu immediately activated her mud star technique to ensure that the shaking tunnel would not collapse and that everyone would not be buried there. Jiang Shao put on the sea-devouring robe and flew over everyone's heads. He crushed the black and white candle flame in his arms, turning it into starlight and integrating it into his star map. As a support member who brought up the rear of the team, he actually had to rush to the front lines when danger arose. Bang! Diamond silence. The irritable star dragon finally calmed down a little. Tail Feather Group, charge in! Li Yishu roared. There was no way to retreat, no way to retreat anymore. Since they had been discovered, they couldn't return the way they came. Due to the terrain's limitations, it was inconvenient for them to escape or fight. If Stardragon were to throw a few more stars, they would all be buried here. The most important thing was that they had yet to escape from the sealed area of the imprisoned dragon. Hence, they could not use their spatial star techniques to escape. At this moment, the difference between teleportation and rapid movement was once again revealed. Jiang Shao couldn't teleport, but Shadow Crow activated the Blade of Death and dashed into the underground cave with Second Last and Grace Tribulation. While Star Dragon was in silence, the group leaped out of the tunnel and formed a formation in the spacious underground cave. Star Dragon's massive head was indeed silenced, but its body that was nearly 40 meters long was not. The swaying of its massive tail caused the ground to shake violently. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Han Jiangxue immediately summoned a bunch of fireworks puppets to light up the dark underground cave. At the next moment, the cloak that Han Jiangxue was wearing fluttered rhythmically and brought her up into the sky. She flicked her fingers gently and 2 gusts of barren wind swept out, immediately bringing the Heavenly Hound and Fu Hei up. Boom! The Star Dragon's huge and thick tail swept across, directly smashing a few of the newly summoned Pyro Hornbills. The power of an attack that relied purely on flesh and blood was actually so great. The group was like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their mystical abilities. Shadow Crow transformed into a crow and flew up high, while Second Last and Grace Tribulation transformed into stars and leaped up high. Li Yishu also rode on Baishan Shuiyu, which she had just summoned, and followed them. Jiang Shao had been standing in the air and swinging his diamond Sound of Silence repeatedly, but he dared not smash the dragon's tail with it. After all, the dragon's tail was very close to them, and if he were to imprison it, they might be scratched by the domain of silence. The gains would not make up for the losses. Concentrate your firepower. Attack! Li Yishu yelled. Ice Roar! The heavy platinum ice roar swept out and smashed on the dragon's head that was covered in stars again and again. In pain, Star Dragon's tail swept back and forth and whipped up and down. Hiss! Another dragon's roar sounded out, as if it came from the endless void. It had a mysterious aura and was filled with majesty. Jiang Zhao's face stiffened. This sound is obviously the ethereal sound of Star Dragon. There's actually a Star Dragon in this underground cave? It can't be? Among the dragon race, only crystal dragons would form groups while the other dragons would act alone. In fact, they would even disdain to team up with their own kind. What's going on? After the mysterious and majestic dragon roar, the dazzling stars lit up the dark cave and blasted over. Retreat! Hurry and retreat! Li Yishu's expression suddenly changed. The 8 dazzling stars were each more than 5 meters in diameter and pieced together to form a large net that made it impossible for them to dodge. Li Yishu subconsciously wanted to open the Calamity Ruins and use it as a special shield, but he still could not open the door of the Calamity Ruins. In his line of sight, a rapidly spinning ball of fire shot out. The huge ball of fire hit one of the resplendent stars. Boom! The sky collapsed and the earth shook. Stars scattered everywhere, and under the huge explosion wave, it was a complete mess of people and horses. One by one, the elite soldiers were really like ants. They were directly flipped over and smashed into the mud walls, blasting human-shaped holes one after another. Their bodies smashed into the mud wall. This kind of injury was nothing. The key was the shockwave produced by the explosion of the stars. That was the real culprit that hurt everyone. The huge lynx was deeply embedded in the mud wall, and it spat out a mouthful of blood. Its soft fur had fallen off and its skin had been torn apart, causing blood to flow everywhere. Second last was injured to such an extent that the others were in a miserable state. Jiang Shao suppressed the surging sensation in his body and stood in midair with the help of the sea-devouring robe. He looked down at Han Jiangxue, who was curled up in his arms, and asked, "Are you all right?" "Yes." Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Shao with a pained expression. Even though she was cold and aloof, she still revealed her most genuine emotions at this moment. Under the protection of Jiang Shao, the sea-devouring robe, and the soul of the sea-devouring robe, Han Jiangxue did not suffer too much damage. "Hurry up and escape, hurry, cough, cough." Li Yishu was riding on Baishan Shuiyu's back, while coughing and speaking intermittently. The Pegasus he was riding on was also disheveled and disheveled. Jiang Shao turned his head abruptly, only to discover that another 8 dazzling stars had drifted out from the depths of the cave. Ring, ring, ring. Jiang Shao flew rapidly, accompanied by the crisp and melodious chimes of the bell. He scooped up the lynx that was embedded in the wall and grabbed her furry claw with one hand before flying into the distance. Behind him, Han Jiangxue was flying backward while dragging the 4 long flames in her hands. The heavenly hound, Fu Hei, the great sage, and Grace were tied to the other end as they fled. However, the 8 dazzling stars seemed to have an automatic tracking effect as they turned around and chased after them in a perfect arc. Ring, ring, ring. White medical light waves jumped again and again, weaving a dense healing net in the formation of the fleeing crowd. In an extremely short period of time, not only did it heal the broken bodies of the people, but it also quickly calmed everyone's minds. Second last also summoned her white mountain snow feather and flapped her wings under Jiang Zhao's body before flying away at a high speed. As second last transformed into a human, Jiang Shao threw her onto Xiao Zhao's back and gritted his teeth before turning around and flying backward. He then looked at the dazzling stars that were chasing after him. "Don't be rash." Han Jiangxue and Jiang Shao flew backward side by side, while her long black hair fluttered in the wind. She tightened her flame torch whip inch by inch, and pulled the 4 people that were tied to it closer. She had clearly noticed Jiang Zhao's gaze. Does he want to smash those huge stars? If he wanted to shatter it, Grace Retribution could do it, but after experiencing the near-death experience and the earth-shattering explosion, Grace Retribution didn't dare to confront the star that was chasing after him. Ahead, Shadow Crow suddenly transformed into a human and ran on the wall while yelling, "Ahead!" As he spoke, the Shadow Crow that was running horizontally on the wall transformed into a crow again, flapping its wings and flying forward. "Huh!" Jiang Shao turned his head abruptly, only to see another star dragon. Without hesitation, Jiang Shao shot a shot of diamond silence at the huge dragon's head. Bang! The stars that had been chasing after them, following their escape routes, seemed to have lost their sense of direction. They no longer pursued in an arc, instead, they crashed straight into the wall. Fortunately, the stars were a distance away from the team, so they did not suffer as much damage as before. However, the shock wave from the explosion still sent everyone flying. Jiang Shao was shocked and thought to himself, "Is Star Dragon the mastermind behind this? It's clearly resting here, But the stars took a detour and chased after them from another angle? What does that mean? Was it trying to hide its location? Logically speaking, if they wanted to seek revenge, they would, of course, explore the direction where the stars came from. This wisdom? Of course, it was wisdom, but it did not make sense. Why would a star dragon hide its location? Why would two star dragons live in the same cave? The sea-devouring robe tried its best to resist the strong wind behind him, trying to make Jiang Xiao fly more steadily. At the next moment, Jiang Zhao's pupils constricted slightly. An item solved all of Jiang Zhao's doubts. An egg. A huge dragon egg. A dragon egg that seemed to contain an endless starry sky with a unique, dynamic skin, was slowly pushed into the mud wall by the huge star dragon's tail. Such a deceitful action made the dragon egg even more eye-catching. Hiss, behind them, the furious voice of Star Dragon could be heard. In front of them, the dragon that pushed the dragon egg into the wall opened its bloody mouth and faced the team, but it could not make any sound. However, because the thing that was curled up by its tail was forced into the wall, it did not choose to use its tail to attack them. Instead, it roared silently at them. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. No wonder the two star dragons were together. Were they protecting their young? Top. Chapter 863. Behind them, star dragons' enraged roar resounded throughout the cave, and a large number of stars flew over rapidly. Hurry! Hurry! Li Yishu yelled angrily. Although they were not cowards, they would not give up their lives because of the temptation in front of them. Dong! 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 At this moment, the cave shook and a heavy sound came from above. A large amount of soil and gravel fell, and a huge gap appeared above everyone's head. The gap was transparent, but they could not see the sky above through it. Hidden dragon? Under the faint outline was a huge hidden dragon. Two translucent small hidden dragons rushed towards the imprisoned star dragon. Then, the hidden dragon's huge head also reached over. That action. Was it going to eat the star dragon's dragon egg? The group had already fled far away. Jiang Xiao, who was flying backwards, saw the star dragon crash into the wall. The instant it left the domain of silence, the starry sky skin on the star dragon's body flickered, and a large number of stars surged out of the star dragon's huge body. However, compared to the star dragon that was resisting, the star dragon that was chasing behind them had already blasted the hidden dragon's body with its stars. The cave finally collapsed. Li Yishu quickly reined in his horse and raised his hand high. The cave that was shaking violently completely collapsed, except for the position where everyone was. Soil and gravel spread to both sides. Huge rocks and thick soil slid down from everyone's side, completely blocking everyone's vision. In just a few seconds, a beam of light shone down. It was daytime outside the cave. Although it was daytime, the wind and snow were blowing, and it was obvious that they were still in Crystal Dragon's ice crystal domain. No one dared to act rashly, and they all became frogs at the bottom of the well. Li Yishu hurriedly waved his hand and sealed the cave entrance with soil. But it was too late. That huge ice crystal cube smashed down on everyone's heads with incomparable precision, causing the soil to collapse downwards, and the ice crystals continued to attack. Li Yishu hurriedly reached to his side, and everyone quickly moved underground. However, a bright star completely destroyed everyone's illusion of moving. It was unknown where this star came from, but it blasted a large hole in the grassland, exposing everyone to the rapidly setting sun. Everyone bowed and covered their heads, while Jiang Xiao looked up at the sky. It was because Jiang Zhao's cloak had covered his head and blocked all the debris. The tail of the cloak swept away the layers of soil before falling again. At this moment, Jiang Xiao saw two giant dragons biting each other in the sky. Their heads and tails were connected, and they were frantically tearing each other's bodies apart. Under the bright sky, dazzling stars fell from the sky, smashing in the direction of the two dragons. The translucent miniature stealth dragons coiled around the star dragon's body with all their might, biting and tearing at it. The scene was extremely tragic. In his line of sight, a crystal dragon passed by the star dragon and the hidden dragon that were entangled with each other. With an enraged aura and unparalleled impact, it madly sprayed out ice crystal breath, flew over quickly, and also plunged headfirst. Jiang Shao raised his hand and cast a sound of silence, and the speed of the rapidly descending crystal dragon suddenly decreased. Its head was shackled, but its body and tail were not, so the scene was rather comical. The crystal dragon stretched its body to its limit and stabbed downward. With the dragon head restrained, its body continued to move forward, but it did not exceed the dragon head. It actually coiled in circles, as if it had turned into a bubble gum roll. How much hatred did the crystal dragons have for Jiang Shao? As soon as the ice crystal domain discovered Jiang Shao, the crystal dragons that were fighting with the star dragon actually abandoned the enemy in front of them and flew over quickly. At the same time, the star dragon that was fighting with the crystal dragons also chased after them. The sun quickly fell, and a meteor streaked across the grassland again. Under the dazzling galaxy, a crystal dragon and two crystal dragons that only had half of their bodies left charged towards Jiang Shao while a star dragon chased after them. There was another battlefield above their heads, which was a battle between another star dragon and the hidden dragon that had sneaked up on its child. Beside them, there was a crystal dragon bubble roll that was shackled in midair and moving downwards slowly. This scene in the end, Li Yishu, who was on the verge of despair, yelled, "Stall the enemy and break through to the right." Grace Tribulation once again transformed into a star weapon, and the rapidly spinning flame spiral ball shot towards the bubblegum roll of the crystal dragon. Han Jiangshu waved her hand and a ball of white flames floated towards the neck of the giant dragon. The two white mountain snow feathers smashed the ice and roared at the crystal dragon. Jiang Shao and Fu Hei cast the sound of silence again and again. Li Yishu quickly opened up a path to the right, and everyone felt an unprecedented sense of fear and trepidation. They retreated while fighting and once again sank into the ground. "You can blink now." Jiang Zhao's voice suddenly sounded, awakening everyone. Without waiting for Li Yishu and Second Last's orders, Han Jiangxue immediately opened up a dark sky teleportation shield, after which the ripples around the teleportation shield immediately shrank and everyone disappeared without a trace. At the next moment, everyone appeared in a desert in front of the broken corpse of a hidden dragon. Everyone stood rooted to the ground in a daze while large chunks of soil and gravel fell. Due to her anxiety, Han Jiangxue also brought along a lot of miscellaneous items from the underground of the grassland. All of a sudden, no one spoke and there was dead silence. It was too thrilling. What does it mean to be rescued from a hopeless situation? Is it because Qiu Long wants to take action and doesn't want to seal off the area for the time being? What exactly happened? Amidst the silence, an earth-shattering sound came from the distance under the night sky. Gulp. In Crow's Adam's apple squirmed and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Is this Star Dragon? Star Dragon's self-destruction? Everyone looked at each other and no one responded. A few seconds later, a wave of air that was visible to the naked eye spread out along with a layer of dust, causing everyone's hair and clothes to be messed up. There seemed to be nothing else that could have such great power apart from the Star Dragon's self-destruction. Jiang Zhao's cloak covered his face and shielded him from the strong wind. He frowned and said, "Did Qiu Long discover that something was amiss and so fled the battlefield in advance? That's why we can use the spatial star technique." The heavenly hound froze for a moment and thought about the possibility of Jiang Zhao's words. The battlefield was indeed a little chaotic, and such a situation could also happen when the Star Dragon was protecting its young. However, could its young survive such a degree of self-destruction? Has the Star Dragon whose tail is wrapped around the dragon egg and buried underground escaped far enough? However, no matter what, the Star Dragon clan, is really stubborn. This temper, this attitude, it was also unyielding to a certain extent. While thinking about it, In Crow's eyes turned red and it started drizzling again. Jiang Shao frowned and his eyes turned red too. A few moments later, In Crow exclaimed, "Corpses! There are a lot of corpses!" The Heavenly Hound frantically said, "But Qiu Long might return there. Are we really going there?" All of a sudden, everyone was caught in a dilemma. In Crow said, "I didn't find Qiu Long. It should be hiding underground." All of a sudden, everyone felt a chill down their spines and they were filled with lingering fear. Previously, they had encountered 2 star dragons while they were moving underground. They had thought that they had been unlucky for 8 lifetimes, but now it seemed that they had been lucky. If they had accidentally entered Qiu Long's territory while moving underground, they would have been really unlucky. "Wait," Second Last said. In Crow frantically said, "There's still a hidden dragon alive at the edge of the battlefield. It's flying towards the battlefield and might be devouring the corpses and star bead." This. Faced with such a huge temptation, everyone was a little hesitant. Jiang Zhao's eyes froze and he sensed that a star dragon's head had popped out of the grassland that had almost been flattened. It quickly summoned the star beads in the air and smashed them towards the hidden dragon that had flown into the battlefield. As a war reporter, In Crow hurriedly reported, "Another star dragon has come out. It should be the star dragon that was guarding the dragon egg previously. It's fighting the hidden dragon." Okay. Second Last nodded and thought, there seems to be a turn for the better. This situation was, of course, what everyone wanted to see. To the star dragon, its partner had created so many meals for it, so it should swim up to receive the final gift from its partner. The enemy was only the hidden dragon. Under such circumstances, the star dragon was not afraid of it at all. "I saw the dragon egg wrapped around its tail." "That's it," In Crow said again. "There's a dragon egg wrapped around its tail? Does it have to bring the dragon egg with it even in battle? Doesn't it intend to be separated for a moment? It didn't hide it beforehand?" Second Last looked at Li Yishu and said, "Open the cellar." Li Yishu immediately got into action. Second Last turned to look at In Crow and said, "Report the situation on the battlefield at all times. If the imprisoned dragon doesn't appear, we'll choose the right time to enter." Everyone entered the simple cellar that Li Yishu had created. In Crow's eyes were still bloodshot and he was paying close attention to the situation on the battlefield. "However," he said, "they're causing quite a commotion. If this goes on, I'm afraid we'll attract other dragons." The Heavenly Hound asked, "Are those crystal dragons already dead?" "Yes, even their bodies were blown into pieces. They can't be any more dead than they are," In Crow said. Hearing this, the Heavenly Hound was secretly speechless. After a moment of silence, he still expressed his stance. "The imprisoned dragon is very likely still hiding underground. If we want to go, we must be prepared to fight the imprisoned dragon." In Crow said, 2 hidden dragon star beads, 2 star dragon star beads, 4 crystal dragon star beads, 1 hidden dragon, 1 star dragon, and 1 dragon egg. Let's calculate the gains and losses. Jiang Shao had heard of a phrase before, and it was called, getting rich. If they could reap the benefits of this fight, then it would really be a big wave of fat. Just as Second Last was about to say something, In Crow continued, "The hidden dragon is trying to escape. It obviously can't withstand the falling stars anymore. The star dragon doesn't seem to have the intention to kill it. It seems to just want to chase the hidden dragon away." Jiang Shao raised his head abruptly and looked at Second Last. "I'll go." Second Last stared at Jiang Shao with her long and narrow eyes and said, "Be it active or passive, we'll have to meet the imprisoned dragon eventually. This is the most important part of our exploration mission." Staring at the sullen crowd, Second Last continued, "We have 20 days to explore, but if we really obtain those star beads or even a dragon's egg, our mission will be completed in advance. With such a harvest, we won't continue to take risks here. Everyone nodded secretly. If the battle went well, they would probably have to leave the dragon cave in advance. The value of the star beads and dragon eggs was undeniable. Second last nodded gently at Han Jiangxue, who was beside her. Everyone tensed up and kept their guard up. Since things had already come to this, they had to press on. At the next moment, the teleportation shield was activated on the battlefield and everyone appeared in midair. Why are we in midair? Without a doubt, Han Jiangxue teleported back to the grassland. Under normal circumstances, everyone would be standing on the ground. However, at this moment, the grassland in her memory had already changed beyond recognition. There was a deep pit that seemed to have no end in sight. This place really looked like it had been bombed. What was once a beautiful grassland was only a wasteland. Those who couldn't fly quickly landed on the ground. The rest of them were either riding horses or standing in midair, looking at the star dragon that was swimming back from afar. Jiang Zhao's figure flickered. "There's no problem," Jiang Zhao frantically said. "The imprisoned dragon is not here." Second last frantically said, "Everyone, hold back the star dragon. Crow, hurry and pick up the star beads." At the same time, the spiral flame bomb spun rapidly in front of the three-tailed fox's face and shot towards the star dragon that was flying towards it. The star dragon's body suddenly froze in midair and its body lit up with a dreamy glow. Star Qilin body? However, before the spinning spiral flame bomb hit the star dragon's body, a shot of sound of silence had already hit the star dragon's head. The star Qilin body broke apart immediately. The dark golden halo of nostalgia suddenly lit up under everyone's feet, and layers of faint blue mist were also added to everyone's bodies through Fu Hei's palms. Ice roar immediately swept out and white flames were also emitted. The great sage dashed forward rapidly, and the star map on his body lit up all of a sudden. The rod in his hand was immediately smeared with a golden-red luster. Everyone was racing against time. Although investigating the imprisoned dragon was their important task, no one was willing to fight two dragons at the same time. Jiang Zhao threw sound of silence again and again, restraining the star dragon's body and protecting the team members in front of him. However, he felt his vision blur. Crow's figure shuttled rapidly on the battlefield and finally rushed to Jiang Zhao, holding a pile of star beads and stuffing them into Jiang Zhao's arms. All of a sudden, a large amount of information surged out of Jiang Zhao's internal star map. Damn it! Jiang Zhao wasn't frightened by Crow, but he was shocked by the crazy influx of information. This time, he was really rich. 4,000 words asking for monthly votes. Chapter 864. There was still one more chapter to go after 20 points. Jiang Zhao held the pile of star beads in his arms. At this moment, he obviously didn't have the time to read the information. In Jiang Zhao's perception, the star dragon that was being controlled and unable to use any offensive or defensive star techniques was being smashed by Sun Dasheng's rod at the joint between its head and body. However, the star dragon's defensive power was obviously much higher than that of the crystal dragon and the hidden dragon. Under the concentrated fire of everyone, its body actually did not shatter. How great would it be if Ho Mingming was around? Jiang Zhao sighed in his heart, feeling a little helpless. At this moment, Jiang Zhao discovered several translucent black dragons emerging from the ground at the same time, surrounding the team, and swimming slowly in a clockwise manner. Jiang Zhao frowned. The little dragons in all directions were clearly a distance away from the team. They were not attacking them. So Jiang Zhao once again used the spacetime rift, but his body didn't react at all. His eyes froze and he thought, has this area been sealed? Jiang Zhao cast a sound of silence, but the little dragon was still moving freely in the sound of silence, and its body wasn't restrained at all. So, the little dragon isn't a real creature? But a dragon-shaped star technique? Jiang Shao was shocked, and in the domain tier's perception, he saw a huge dragon head slowly emerging from the ground. What is mighty? What is domineering? It was a pitch-black eastern dragon. Its scales were as black as ink, but its whiskers and fur were white. Its pitch-black eyes stared at the crowd from afar. Immediately afterwards, several illusory imprisoned dragons that were stained with black spots darted out of the ground and flew towards them. Inya yelled angrily, "Imprisoned dragons! Underground! Pay attention!" Jiang Shao raised his hand and cast a sound of silence. Whoosh! The black dragon head that was just about to roar suddenly lost its voice. However, there was a problem. The little imprisoned dragons that had come out of the ground, as well as the little imprisoned dragons that were slowly swimming around the group, were not disturbed at all. They were still conscientiously carrying out their mission. Jiang Zhao's body flew backwards rapidly. He absolutely could not let these illusory and pitch-black little enslaved dragons entangle him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bang! Jiang Shao, who was flying backward, felt a sharp pain in his back as his body slammed into an invisible wall of air. The miniature black dragons not only sealed off the area, but also created an invisible barrier. At the same time, there was a loud noise. The star dragon finally died. The great sage propped up his huge body and reached towards the severed head. He took out a blood-stained star bead that seemed to contain an endless starry sky. "Be careful!" Shadow Crow shouted. Second Last said at the same time, "Cancel the body of star power." Obeying Second Last's orders had already become the great sage's instinct. He subconsciously cancelled the body of star power, and almost at the same time, a small illusory black dragon pounced on nothing. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through, and Li Yishu made everyone retreat rapidly. Shadow Crow reacted extremely quickly. Seeing that a small imprisoned dragon was about to pounce on the starry dragon egg, Shadow Crow's body flashed, and he put together the Tang sword in his hand, after which he cast the blade of death. He actually tried to snatch food from the dragon's mouth, by wrapping one hand around the starry dragon egg that was about the same size as his upper body. He then waved the Tang sword in his other hand and shuttled away again. The heavenly hound yelled, "We can't go on like this. The little imprisoned dragons are narrowing the circle. We'll be entangled by them sooner or later." Li Yishu yelled, "Seize every second and attack." With the help of the domain tiers and the sea-devouring robe, Jiang Shao flew back and forth in the sky while moving left and right to avoid the intrusion of the little imprisoned dragons. He also imprisoned the pitch-black dragon head again and again. Although they were called little imprisoned dragons, that was only in comparison to the massive body of the underground imprisoned dragons. In fact, the illusory and pitch-black little imprisoned dragons were at least 8 meters long. Damn it! Jiang Shao was not a person who liked to swear. However, when he narrowly avoided the entanglement of a small enslaved dragon, the feeling of fear and trepidation caused him to blurt out vulgarities. Njie's fox howl sounded from below. Jiang Shao didn't have to look at the domain tiers at all, for he could already sense that Njie had revealed his true form. The three-tailed fox's huge tail did not escape the small dragon's attack. Immediately, the small dragon followed suit and immediately wrapped around the three-tailed fox's body. In just a short 3 seconds, the three-tailed fox directly transformed into Grace's human form. Not only that, but the little imprisoned dragon also wrapped itself tightly around Njie. Its body that was supposed to be illusory seemed to have a physical body as it squeezed Njie's body frantically. The same scene was happening to the Heavenly Hound and Fu Hei. The little dragons that created a sealed area in all directions continuously shrank, while the illusory little dragons that were scurrying around attacked the crowd again and again. Even if they were to be scratched, the star techniques of the humans would be instantly sealed. The soldiers couldn't even move their bodies. Not only were they sealing the star power of the soldiers, but they were also destroying their bodies. In the domain tiers, Jiang Shao sensed that second last, the great sage, Shadow Crow, and the others had narrowly avoided the entanglement of the little dragons again and again. His heart was in his throat. Damn it! The dragon's head had clearly been sealed with Sound of Silence, and it could no longer cast any star technique. However, the little dragons that had already been summoned were not affected at all. What should I do? In the domain of Sound of Silence, the pitch-black dragon head slowly emerged from the ground. Although its movements were extremely slow, it was extremely firm. Its dark eyes were fixed on Jiang Shao, who was flying around in the air. At this moment, the human and dragon had already become sworn enemies. Ah! Han Jiangshu shrieked in shock as the tail of the sea devourer was bitten by a little imprisoned dragon. Her body sank abruptly in midair and was entangled by the little imprisoned dragon. Her teammates fell one after another, and Shadow Crow was the only one who persisted. Fly up! Shadow Crow! Go up! Don't bother about us! Jiang Shao yelled. He was the focus of attention and was surrounded by several dragons. However, he still fell into the trap after saying that. All of a sudden, Jiang Shao lost contact with the star power in his body. Jiang Shao was being squeezed by the dragon's body, and the star beads in his arms fell to the ground one by one. In the distance, the dragon's head finally rose from the ground. When the dragon really raised its head, it seemed that everything was already destined. Charge! Sea Devourer Robe! Charge over! Jiang Shao yelled as he leaned forward with all his might. The little imprisoned dragon wrapped itself around Jiang Zhao's body tightly, including the Sea Devourer robe that Jiang Shao was wearing. Under Jiang Zhao's command, the Sea Devourer robe displayed its amazing racial talent and enveloped Jiang Shao along with the dragons that were wrapped around him. They then dashed towards the huge dragon's head. 9 tails! Jiang Shao! 9 tails! Sounds rang out one after another. It was clear that it was extremely difficult for them to shout. Everyone's expressions were extremely unsightly. What was waiting for them seemed to be being nibbled away bit by bit. However, Jiang Zhao's actions were really beyond everyone's expectations. The true colors of a hero could only be seen when the sea was turbulent. Xiaopi was in prosperity, Jiang Shao was in adversity, and Jiang Shao was in despair. At this moment, it was an extreme display of individual ability and determination. Roar! Without the shackles of silence, the imprisoned dragon opened its mouth and roared. The little imprisoned dragons darted out from the ground and dashed towards Jiang Shao. The diamond-quality Sea Devourer robe allowed the little imprisoned dragons to attack it, but it completely obeyed Jiang Zhao's instructions and dashed towards the bloody mouth of the imprisoned dragon. Jiang Shao actually plunged into the huge, imprisoned dragon's mouth with a small imprisoned dragon. Roar, roar, roar! The huge body of the imprisoned dragon struggled violently, causing the ground to crack and air waves to surge. Under Jiang Zhao's lead, the small imprisoned dragons that were summoned by the imprisoned dragon began to corrode the body of the imprisoned dragon from the inside. All living beings were truly equal. If the small imprisoned dragon needed to be maintained by the imprisoned dragon's star power after it was summoned, then the small imprisoned dragon would have disappeared long ago. The problem was that the summoned small imprisoned dragons did not need the help of the imprisoned dragon itself. The small imprisoned dragons had already formed their own faction and were independent individuals. The imprisoned dragon itself might be able to cancel the summoning of the small imprisoned dragons at will, but that was still unclear. However, the small imprisoned dragons had already been swallowed, and their star power had also been sealed by their own star technique. Roar, roar! Roar! Almost at the same time, the little imprisoned dragons that were coiling around the people, including the little imprisoned dragons that were randomly flying in the air, and the little imprisoned dragons that were in formation, all changed their targets and attacked the enormous imprisoned dragon's main body. As the first person to be entangled by the small imprisoned dragons, the small imprisoned dragon on his body shattered when it left Grace's body and charged towards the main body of the imprisoned dragon. One after another, the small imprisoned dragons on the second batch of members that were bound by the small imprisoned dragons also shattered. Ever since the little imprisoned dragons were summoned by the giant imprisoned dragon, it was obvious that they had their own consciousness. Furthermore, their bodies didn't shatter at the same time. From this, it could be seen that there was a time limit to the summoned little imprisoned dragons. All of a sudden, everyone's star power connected to their bodies, and Fu Hei, who was covered in wounds, immediately sprinkled some sparkling star sand that quickly healed their broken bodies. Roar. The furious dragon roar carried with it a heavy pressure that intimidated all living things. Those miniature caged dragons that had chased over to protect their master all stopped in midair. As if they had received an order, they didn't know whether to advance or retreat. The dragons in the sky roared continuously at the huge, imprisoned dragon and swam back and forth restlessly in midair. Li Yishu yelled, "Tail Feather Regiment! Attack!" All of a sudden, there was a baptism of frost and flames. Second Last's clothes were torn and she was covered in blood. She strode towards the imprisoned dragon, and in the process of sprinting, a giant lynx had already taken shape. Unlike the previous lynx, this lynx had lost its soft fur and turned into a lava lynx through and through. Its huge paws left drops of lava on the ground. Behind her, there was a three-tailed fox whose snow-white fur had already been stained with blood. At the instant that it spat out a spiral ball, its huge body also turned into magma. At the back, the giant star power sage tapped his feet and created a huge pit in the ground one after another. His body was almost parallel to the ground as he dashed forward again and again while swinging his golden-red rod. His long red hair was fluttering wildly in the air. Vanguard! There was no longer any thought of life or death in his mind. All he could think about was moving forward. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Under the dragons that filled the sky, the pitch-black dragon's head swayed left and right frantically, struggling and roaring. In front of the dragon's head, the three vanguards rushed over. Inya covered his mouth with one hand. He did not know what would happen to the great sage, but the fate of the two magma beasts seemed to have been decided. Inya had already thought of what was going to happen. Everyone saw the faint glow of the lynx and the demon fox's magma bodies. At this moment, the pitch-black dragon's head suddenly stopped struggling. In his body, the small imprisoned dragon's time had come to an end, and it no longer corroded the giant imprisoned dragon from the inside. Similarly, it no longer sealed the star power. The crux of the problem was that the imprisoned dragon was no longer being disturbed. Bang! With a muffled sound, the huge imprisoned dragon broke out of the ground and tore the ground apart. The huge body of the imprisoned dragon flew up nearly 100 meters. All of a sudden, everyone lost their target and looked up at the huge imprisoned dragon in disbelief. And in the imprisoned dragon's mouth, more accurately, at the point where its head and body connected, there was a small round CUN. He held the flower blade that was surrounded by fog in one hand, and a rich green glow appeared. He then leaped up and stabbed the flower blade upwards with all his might. Whoosh! The blade pierced through flesh. The flower blade could indeed pierce through the imprisoned dragon's body, but it could not penetrate its outer skin. After this strike, the huge body of the imprisoned dragon soared into the air once more. Thanks to the green glow's repelling effect, it flew high into the sky once more. The sky full of smaller imprisoned dragons immediately chased after it. Due to the time limit, they shattered one after another during the chase. The giant lynx and the demon fox slowed down. The blinding light of the lava on their bodies gradually faded. They raised their heads and wandered restlessly back and forth, roaring at the sky. The great sage's footsteps slowed down slightly. He stabbed his rod into the ground and came to a sudden stop. Due to the inertia, he left a long trail behind him. However, he kept his head up at the rapidly ascending imprisoned dragon. That huge body should be more than 50 meters tall. It really covered the sky and covered the earth like an ancient divine beast. Inside the imprisoned dragon's body, Jiang Shao wiped his face that had been drenched in boiling dragon blood. His lips and teeth were filled with the salty taste of blood. Under such extreme circumstances, Jiang Zhao's adrenaline soared. Jiang Shao had experienced countless battles, and he was always the calmest person in the team. However, this time, no one would be able to remain calm. In a situation like this, only the bell could calm Jiang Shao down. However, Jiang Shao didn't use the bell's consciousness at all. Again and again, the green starlight enveloped the flower blade and stabbed it frantically at the same spot. Jiang Shao stabbed upwards once more and roared angrily, "Damn it, if you have the guts, summon the little dragon again. I'm going to kill you alone today." The fiery red sun gradually set in the west. Night fell once more, and a meteor streaked across the night sky. On the messy grassland battlefield littered with the corpses of the giant dragons, an enraged dragon soared into the clouds. Its voice gradually drifted into the distance, reverberating in the sky. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the huge, pitch-black body quickly became a tiny black dot. There was a lot of content in the dragon cave. To be honest, you had already tried his best to write as many words as possible to enrich the content. The previous chapter was 4,000 words, and this one was another 4,200. Yu's style wasn't one to drag things out. He hoped to finish writing the important parts in a day so that everyone could read smoothly and comfortably. That was why he had added more chapters this time. There would be another chapter at 20. Please vote for the little toxic healer. Chapter 865. People looked up at the pitch-black dot, watching it disappear into the clouds, completely disappearing without a trace. Second Last's ability to read the battle was unquestionable. She was too familiar with Jiang Shao and seemed to be able to predict what was about to happen. Second Last suddenly transformed into a human and ordered, "Everyone, check the battlefield immediately and move closer to Han Jiangxue." Everyone was slightly stunned, but they heard what Second Last said next. "There's too much food here and it'll definitely attract hunters. Hurry up. This is an order." Everyone didn't say anything else and immediately picked up the star bead. Previously, all the star beads were with Jiang Shao, but because Jiang Shao was wrapped around by the imprisoned dragon, the star beads were scattered all over the ground. While everyone was checking the battlefield, Han Jiangxue and Second Last stared at each other silently. Second Last looked at Han Jiangxue expressionlessly and said, "Han Jiangxue, instant defense, return to the entrance of the dragon cave and return to the base." "This, Second Last?" Everyone was bewildered. Nine-tailed, Second Last nodded at Han Jiangxue and said, "Let's go." Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and seemed to have received an additional signal. At the next moment, everyone was teleported back to the entrance of the dragon cave under Han Jiangxue's instant defense. At the same time, right above the grassland battlefield, above the clouds, a huge pitch-black dragon roared loudly as it was stabbed into the sky by a saber strike. Hiss! The dragon's roar was still shocking and furious, but there was a hint of grief and indignation in it. Jiang Shao tasted the hot dragon blood in large mouthfuls, but his heart was in his throat and his body and soul were trembling. This sound? Without hesitation, Jiang Shao smashed the sound of silence to the left and yelled, "Shut up!" The massive body of the imprisoned dragon gave Jiang Shao infinite possibilities. While the dragon head was being silenced, the sound of silence domain did not touch Jiang Shao at all. The imprisoned dragon immediately lost its voice, but Jiang Shao was still terrified and his heart was palpitating violently, as if it was going to explode at any moment. However, things were far from that simple. The gigantic dragon head was indeed silenced, but under the powerful repelling effect of the green light, the dragon body continued to rush upwards. In an instant, under the lead of the dragon body, the dragon head was forcibly dragged out of the domain of silencing and continued to fly upwards. It was also at this moment that the special dragon roar that caused everyone's hearts to tremble rang out once more. Jiang Zhao's eyes were bloodshot and his temples were throbbing. He tried his best to suppress the feeling that his heart was about to explode and raised his left hand abruptly. "Whale! Come on!" Buzz, the dragon's roar that seemed to be able to destroy one's body and soul was entwined with an illusory and ethereal whale's roar bang. The heavy humming whale slammed into the huge dragon head. The two terrifying star beasts, which were as huge as ancient divine beasts, collided heavily. The dense astral power rippled in a split second. Above the clouds, a layer of air waves spread out in all directions, shattering the layers of clouds around him. The shock wave from the explosion sent the two creatures flying far away. The whale's roar and the dragon's roar intertwined, and the dragon's roar seemed to have changed too. Clearly, its star technique had been interrupted. The giant sword in Jiang Zhao's hand pierced deeply into the imprisoned dragon's body, causing large amounts of thick dragon blood to drip down. Jiang Zhao's body swayed left and right as the imprisoned dragon was knocked away, just like a small boat in a stormy sea that could capsize at any time. However, Jiang Zhao couldn't be bothered anymore. He punched upwards and stopped the imprisoned dragon from retreating, after which he pierced it into the sky again. Jiang Zhao hollered and waved his left hand again, after which a thick ray of blessing landed. "Shut up!" It was not the normal silver blessing, nor was it a gold blessing. Instead, it was a platinum blessing that had a diameter of more than 5 meters. Even under the bright starry sky, the light of the pillar of light was still extremely dazzling. Jiang Zhao flew up with the imprisoned dragon in a strange posture. He was at the point where the imprisoned dragon's head and body were connected, which was almost the position of the neck. Hence, every time Jiang Zhao flew up with the imprisoned dragon's head would droop on one side, its neck would protrude, and its long tail would droop on the other side. Due to the displacement, the sound of silence was indeed unable to confine the dragon's head in such a peculiar posture. However, the pillar of light of blessing was straight up and down. No matter how high you fly, you're still flying straight up and down. Hiss! Roar! This time, the imprisoned dragon let out a continuous roar, and its once majestic voice became increasingly strange. The huge dragon's head was bathed in the holy light, splashing stars in the surroundings while roaring all the way. It continued to move towards the sky. Buzz! The soul-stirring whale's roar sounded from below, and the humming whale swam towards the direction of the dazzling holy light. At the same time, Jiang Zhao's eyes turned red, and the dark clouds quickly covered the bright night sky while a drizzle fell. Then, the tears of sorrow that had shrunk to a small area. The intensity of the torrential rain was like a torrential downpour, almost forming a waterfall as it frantically eroded Qiu Long's body. The light of blessing was still there, and the tears of sorrow was still pouring down. In the rain, the humming whale flipped its huge body and flapped its tail while swimming upwards rapidly. Before it reached the range of the rainstorm, a figure suddenly appeared above its head. A young man in a cloak stood on the dark golden halo of nostalgia and stood on the head of the humming whale, looking up at the WRM that was being baptized by the holy light and the rainstorm. However, Jiang Zhao held his hands in front of his chest, and a small round candle flame appeared quietly. Jiang Zhao's body flashed, and he appeared in front of the huge eye of the humming whale. He then pressed the small candle flame towards the eye of the whale. Dependence! Huff! The black and white candle flame merged into the eye of the humming whale, and the white candle flame swayed along with the body of the humming whale, forming a long flame line in the rain. Wearing a cloak, Jiang Zhao flew beside the humming whale and yelled, "Sea vortex!" At the same time, Jiang Shao threw 9,000 skill points into the Humming Whale's Sea Vortex Star Technique. The Platinum Quality Level 1 Sea Vortex Star Technique was immediately upgraded to Diamond Quality Level 0. It wasn't that Jiang Shao didn't want to spend skill points, but rather, he would leave some leeway and spend every penny wisely. When he really needed it, Jiang Shao would never be careless. Buzz! The whale's roar stirred everyone's hearts. In the layers of rain, the tears of sorrow that belonged to Jiang Shao and the water elements that were summoned by the humming whale out of thin air instantly formed a huge vortex. Under the dependence of the black and white candle flame, the humming whale's Sea Vortex Star Technique also became Sea Candle Vortex. The cold vortex that contained the attributes of the ice candle flame turned into a layer of sea vortex that was burning with white flames. It wrapped imprisoned dragon's body in it, besieging and strangling imprisoned dragon. Under the dark clouds, the drizzling rain was the tears of sorrow, while the torrential rain in a small area was the tears of sorrow. The water that was swept and stirred by the sea candle vortex was mixed with a large amount of tears of sorrow, which were frantically scraping against imprisoned dragon's body. The damage was terrifying. Imprisoned dragon's body finally stretched out. Under the huge whirlpool, his body was stretched into a long line. His body spun uncontrollably at an extremely fast speed. Fix its body. Jiang Shao threw out several diamond silence consecutively, smashing onto the huge dragon head of the imprisoned dragon. Although the control effect of holy light was astonishing, its healing effect on the body and vitality were also astonishing. After using blessing to temporarily control it, silence was the most important thing. Imprisoned dragon, which was spinning rapidly in the sea candle vortex, was not only surrounded by the vortex, but also unable to use any star techniques at this moment. The drizzling rain fell on Jiang Zhao's body and mixed with his thick blood, dripping down along the tail of his cloak that had already been dyed red. Jiang Zhao's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the rapidly spinning imprisoned dragon. Silence and tears of sorrow never stopped. The collar of the half-black and half-red cloak was raised like two small hands that gently wiped Jiang Zhao's blood-stained face with the help of the rain. The humming whale swam slowly around the vortex that it had created and swam around the edge of the tears of sorrow rainstorm. The whale's roar was filled with endless anger that penetrated the layers of rain and echoed in the sky. Jiang Shao! Jiang Shao! Two voices came from below, and Jiang Shao had long discovered the figures that were chasing after him with his domain tears. Han Jiangxue, who was wearing a cloak, and second last, who was flying over on Baishanshu. The scene in the sky in the distance had completely exceeded the scope of the two's imagination. Under the dark clouds, the sea candle vortex was spinning rapidly and stirring, fixing the pitch-black dragon in place. Beside the huge whirlpool, a huge creature with a long line of flames in its eyes swam around wantonly, letting out a shocking whale-like cry. Han Jiangxue quickly shifted her gaze away from the shocking scene and looked at Jiang Shao, who was drenched in blood. Despite being washed by the rain, the young man who seemed to have been fished out of a pool of blood still could not be washed clean. You! Han Jiangxue hurriedly flew over. I'm fine, it's blood. Jiang Shao raised his head slightly and gestured to the dragon that was hanging in the sea candle vortex in the distance. He then threw a few more shots of sound of silence. Jiang Shao, who was surrounded by the halo of nostalgia, had never lacked star power while the tears of sorrow washed the imprisoned dragon. In the rainy night, there was no more dragon roar, only a whale's roar. After a long time, Star's first kill, skill point +1, a message appeared in the internal star map. Jiang Shao grinned and thought, the news is good, but the skill point reward is too rigid. Be it the platinum first kill, the diamond first kill, or the star's first kill, they were all the same. Let's stop for a while, humming whale, Jiang Shao murmured softly. Jiang Shao murmured softly. Perhaps the humming whale could not hear Jiang Zhao's words amidst the sound of the massive whirlpool, but it understood what Jiang Zhao meant due to their mental connection. Jiang Zhao wiped his eyes, and the rain gradually slowed down while the dark clouds gradually dissipated. In the distant sky, the sea candle vortex also stopped sweeping and turned into a pool of cold water that fell towards the clouds below. The humming whale swam slowly. Above it, the imprisoned dragon's battered body fell down. Its battered body was covered with a layer of white candlelight. Its majestic body was burning fiercely as it fell towards the white fire rain that was drifting in all directions. It was so magnificent, yet so poignant and beautiful. What happened next was beyond Jiang Zhao's expectations. The sturdy black scales suddenly turned into nothingness, and the imprisoned dragon turned into a semi-corporeal state just like the small imprisoned dragon bodies that had been summoned before. It then disappeared without a trace. The insufferably arrogant imprisoned dragon seemed to have never appeared in this world. Jiang Zhao was secretly astonished to see such a scene. Along with the fall of the giant dragon, a meteor fell from the night sky. Under the bright starry sky, the humming whale swam over slowly. A small vortex appeared out of thin air, dragging a pitch-black star bead that was twice the size of a baseball towards Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao did not take the star bead and instead stroked the cold and soft skin of the humming whale. His body drifted forward and flew along the black and white wavy skin all the way until he finally arrived in front of the humming whale. Jiang Zhao's palm that was stained with blood gently pressed against the cold eyes of the whale. He leaned forward slightly and gently pressed his forehead against the huge eyes. "Don't get so angry next time. It's scary." Buzz. May everyone enjoy watching to their heart's content. Please vote for the little toxic healer. Chapter 866. Dragon Prison Star Bead, Star Quality, Star Techniques. 1. Imprison. Summon a small imprisoned dragon to harass the target and seal the star power in the target's body. As long as the small imprisoned dragon existed, the target would not be able to use any star technique. Diamond Quality. 2. Imprisonment Punishment. For the imprisoned target, the small imprisonment dragon will continuously attack and devour the target's body. Diamond Quality. Prison Domain. Summon a small imprisoned dragon to seal off an area and prohibit the use of any spatial star technique. Diamond Quality. 4. Prisoner's Anthem. Chant the Song of Destruction, destroying all targets within the range of the song. The further away from the source of the song, the lower the sound of the prisoner's anthem, and the less damage the target will receive. Star Quality. Jiang Zhao looked at the information in the internal star map and could not help but click his tongue. This dragon is indeed something. Although Jiang Zhao did not have the time to take a closer look at the star dragon due to the fact that he was on the battlefield, he still roughly scanned it. Star Dragon Star Bead, Diamond Quality, Star Techniques. 1. Star Shower. Summons stars to attack targets within a certain range. The number of stars is determined by the user. Each star has an extremely strong splash effect. Diamond Quality. 2. Star Shift. The summoner can freely control the stars. Diamond Quality. 3. Star Explosion. Explode all the stars in the body. Diamond Quality. 4. Star Scale Repellent. Summon star scales to cover the body, greatly increasing the body's defense, and has a certain rebound effect. He would not be able to move when using this star technique. Diamond Quality. There was no doubt that the star technique of the enslaved dragon was extremely powerful. However, Star Dragon actually has a Diamond Grade 4 star technique? So why is Star Dragon still at Diamond rank? Why wasn't it at the star rank? Jiang Zhao felt that Star Dragon was completely worthy of the star's rank. Perhaps there were also small ranks within each rank, just like the small ranks given by Jiang Zhao's internal star map. Among the diamond ranks, the Star Dragon clan should be regarded as the pinnacle of the diamond rank. In comparison, the Crystal Dragon clan was probably in the middle of the diamond rank. Then what about this imprisoned dragon? Judging from the quality of his star techniques, they seem to be at the lower end of the star technique. However, the last star technique, Ode to Prisoners, undoubtedly increased the threat of the imprisoned dragon to the highest level. Let's go back and rest. We need this, Second Last said while riding on Baishanshu. It would be better if they had experienced several life or death battles in 10 days. However, the problem was that they had experienced so many life or death battles in less than a day since they entered this place. It was extremely taxing on their minds. This string had always been stretch taut. Second Last continued, "We've gained a lot this time. Let's go back to report and take a break. After this battle, we need to reduce some members in our team." Jiang Shao asked, "Huh?" Second Last repeated her words and said, "We need to adjust our team members." Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "Every member has their own role to play. You can't just focus on output and defense in a battle. You also have to look at the interaction, the delivery of information, and the cooperation between each member. If we really wanted to pick someone out, then Tengu's hard power would be the least effective. However, Tengu's suggestions and solutions were almost always given at the first moment. In terms of soft power, he had greatly improved our team's strength. This team has already formed a combat system. If you want to reduce the number of members, you have to think about it carefully." At this point, Jiang Shao looked at Second Last with a solemn expression and said, "Of course, you can also reduce the number of members in the team. I can also try to fight here alone, but it's still too dangerous. I'm an assistant and I need someone to help me, even if it's just a distraction." Second Last looked at Jiang Shao silently and said in a hoarse voice, "We'll talk about it when we get back." She had never thought of letting Jiang Shao fight there alone. Of course, strength played a part, but luck also played a part. Take the battle with the imprisoned dragon as an example. If Jiang Shao had been alone, it would have been a different story. Of course, even if all of them were present and they fought again, it was very likely that the outcome would be different. "Okay." Jiang Shao nodded and walked towards the humming whale before putting it into his body. More than 10 minutes ago, with a leap, the Shadow Crow rushed out of the Dragon Cave's portal with a whoosh. The soldier standing guard at the entrance of the Dragon Cave got a great shock and subconsciously opened a space door, after which the Shadow Crow plunged into it. The soldier's eyes lit up and he frantically exclaimed, "It's our people!" Although the message had already been sent, the soldier who opened the space door did not close it because, one figure after another shot out from within. If the space door were to be closed at this moment, the returning soldiers would probably be cut in half at the waist. The soldiers shuttled back and forth. Finally, no one came out of the tunnel of the Dragon Cave. A soldier leaped into the Dragon Cave and looked around to make sure that there were no other comrades before leaping back. At the same time, the soldier who opened the space door popped his head into his own space door and looked at the disheveled and blood-stained people. Of course, their wounds had already healed, but the blood that had flowed out was stained on their tattered clothes like medals of merit. Tail Feather Group. A hint of surprise appeared on the soldier's serious face. He had seen this situation too many times. The soldiers were full of confidence and charged in, but in the end, they escaped in an extremely disheveled state. This was the best-case scenario. Most of the soldiers did not even have the chance to escape in a disheveled state and died in battle in the Dragon Cave. Obviously, when the soldier was observing the Tail Feather Group, he was also counting the number of people. As expected, there were 4 people missing in the group. Seeing this, the soldier's heart sank and he sighed helplessly, "Wait a moment." With that, another soldier took over and closed the space door. He came to the side of the hall and opened the space door again. At the same time, the soldiers of the Huaxiao army surrounded them. In the distance, the soldiers of the Russian Federation also stood up and walked over. The hall was very quiet. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was terrifyingly depressing. Li Yishu, Fu Hei Tengu, Grace's Retribution, Great Sage, Shadow Crow and the others came out one after another. The Huaxia army outside had already activated a faint green halo, nourishing everyone's body and mind and calming their emotions. The atmosphere lasted for a long time. No one spoke, nor did anyone disturb the soldiers who had narrowly escaped death. After an unknown amount of time, a few people walked in from the door and a voice was heard. "You guys are back." A person who looked like a commanding officer walked over. The people of the Tail Feather group turned to look, but they had never seen him before. It was a man in a military uniform who was in his 50s. He looked at them with a stern expression. All of a sudden, all the Chinese soldiers stood at attention. The man looked at them and was clearly extremely familiar with the Tail Feather group. The names he mentioned were all those who did not return. He said, "Second last, 9 Tails, Withering, Flames, Han Jiangxue. These 4 didn't come back." Li Yishu said, "Withering is resting in my ruins of calamity. Her life is not in danger. Second last, 9 Tails and Flames are still in the Dragon Cave. They should be coming out soon." The man frowned. "Your team has been broken up?" "No, Commanding Officer Second Last ordered us to return. We brought back, Li Yishu paused for a moment before continuing, "We brought back some information, very important information." The man nodded. There were still people from the Russian Federation there. Since they were guarding this place together, some information could definitely be shared. However, it was up to the higher-ups to decide whether to share it or not. Li Yishu would only choose to report it to the commanding officer. The man said, "Follow me." Inya said anxiously, while they spoke, the soldier who had just replaced them at the entrance of the Dragon Cave suddenly opened his own space door. However, to everyone's astonishment, the figure that was rushing out of the entrance of the Dragon Cave actually stopped abruptly. He was wearing a black cloak, and stopped in the middle of the entrance of the Dragon Cave and the space door of the soldiers. That reaction, in fact, Jiang Shao was a little dumbfounded too. The reaction of the Sea Devourer was too fast. Jiang Shao hurriedly reached out and reached into the entrance of the Dragon Cave to stop it. 9 Tails! Xiaopi! The members of the Tail Feather Regiment were overjoyed. At this moment, there was nothing more exciting than a reunion. There are 2 more members behind. There are no dragon creatures following us, Jiang Shao said. The soldier who was standing guard turned to look at the middle-aged man. Under his instructions, the soldier put away his space door. Jiang Zhao's right hand that was in the Dragon Cave beckoned to the 2 of them before drifting forward. Then, whoosh whoosh, Second Last and Han Jiangxue leaped out too. There were no casualties in the Tail Feather Regiment. Good. Good. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly with a gratified expression. The members of the Tail Feather Regiment might be deserters in the eyes of the soldiers of the Russian Federation, but they were heroes in the eyes of the Chinese army. It was because the Chinese army knew the style of their own soldiers too well. It seemed that the Tail Feather Regiment had really brought back important information. Second Last scanned the surroundings vigilantly, only to be slightly stunned. To her surprise, she actually saw the second-in-command of the Chinese army stationed in the Dragon Cave. Xiao Bo looked at Second Last with eyes full of admiration. "Seems like you have a lot to report to me." Second Last said, "Yes, sir." "Follow me." Xiao Bo turned around and left, followed by the members of the Tail Feather Regiment. After entering the elevator, Jiang Shao realized that the elevator was still heading down. "Are we going to the last floor?" The 33rd floor underground sounded like a distant and mysterious place. Jiang Shao didn't feel anything different when he stepped in. Under the lead of the soldier, they entered a medium-sized office where there were already 7 soldiers waiting. The guard at the door closed the door, and Xiao Bo gestured for them to come in. He didn't sit down and instead looked at the disheveled crowd. You're the first team to retreat in one piece. These people might need to listen to your experiences and suggestions. Jiang Shao looked at the 7 soldiers curiously. They were mostly 35 or 36 years old, and one of them was a man who was probably in his early 40s. These 5 men and 2 women had standard military postures. They stood ramrod straight, and the lines on their faces were frighteningly stiff. Their faces were filled with an austere aura, and it was frighteningly oppressive. They looked like a team. Listen to the experiences and suggestions of the Tail Feather Regiment? Could this be the Suicide Squad that the Chinese army had specially trained? That's right, this team had a rather resounding name, Suicide Squad. In fact, all the teams that had entered the Dragon Cave to explore were qualified to have such a name. Second last turned to look at Li Yishu and nodded slightly. Li Yishu looked up at the ceiling and said, I want to open the Shadow Ruins. There's no danger inside. After reporting, Li Yishu raised her hand and the door of the Shadow Ruins opened. The Shadow Crow leaped up and a few seconds later, 2 irregular crystal star beads were thrown down. Li Yishu looked up at the Shadow Ruins and hurriedly reached out to catch them before handing them to the great sage. Xiao Bo raised his eyebrows and thought, are those 2 crystal dragon star beads? Whoosh, they were 2 hidden dragon star beads that were almost transparent and had a shallow outline. At the side, the few soldiers with standard military postures also turned to look over. Whoosh, another 2 star beads that contained a dazzling starry sky fell. Xiao Bo's eyes froze and he thought, are those star dragon star beads? Whoosh, the Calamity Ruins was like a cornucopia, with star beads falling down from the sky. Li Yishu frantically caught them. Crystal dragon star beads, hidden dragon star beads, fog dragon star beads, star dragon star beads. Xiao Bo couldn't control his facial expressions well. You guys, F***CK? A cry of surprise came from the oldest male soldier. Xiao Bo fell silent. He hadn't heard such words in the solemn base for a long time. However, Xiao Bo didn't reprimand or say anything. It was because at this moment, Xiao Bo was also staring at the figure of the Shadow Crow who had leaped down. To be exact, he was staring at the dazzling star dragon egg that the Shadow Crow was holding in his arms. Star dragon egg? Dragon egg? Tail Feather, are you guys serious? He raised his head slightly and glanced at Second Last. Second Last was a powerful figure who could sense his gaze, but she didn't do anything. Jiang Shao grinned and patted Second Last's arm gently. It was a silent exchange. A man should know what to do and what not to do. All these years, I'll definitely treat you the same way you've treated me. Afterwards, Jiang Zhao's cloak fluttered and the ball-shaped object slid up from his calf to his thigh. It then slowly slid all the way up to his wide sleeve. He grabbed a star bead that was twice the size of the other star beads and threw it at the great sage who was holding the star bead in his clothes. Second Last's lips trembled slightly, but she soon composed herself and looked at the great sage who was holding the star bead, as well as the Shadow Crow who was holding the dragon egg. She then tilted her head and gestured to Xiao Bo. Second Last said in a hoarse voice, 1 fog dragon star bead, 3 hidden dragon star beads, 3 star dragon star beads, 5 crystal dragon star beads, 1 dragon prisoner star bead, and 1 star dragon egg. Xiao Bo raised his head abruptly and shifted his gaze from the star beads and dragon egg to the group of soldiers who were dressed in tattered clothes and had bloodstains on their faces. As he watched, his heart, which had always been calm and collected, began to tremble violently. Second Last paused and reported the last sentence. All members of the Tail Feather Regiment have returned. There are no casualties. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 867. 7 days later, in Fan City, a small city on the border of China, a military base stood in the deep mountains and forests far away from the Fan City area. Jiang Shao was sitting on the edge of a natural lake in the deep forest. He rolled up his trousers and soaked his calves in the lake water. In the middle of the lake, there was a huge whale rising and falling, occupying the lake. Not only did it occupy the area, but the researchers also had to request the military to broaden and deepen the natural lake due to its massive size. The humming whale turned its body and gently flapped its pelvic fins, causing a huge wave to hit Jiang Zhao's body. Ah! Jiang Shao covered his face with his arms as he was drenched by the wave. Buzz, Jiang Shao grinned, feeling rather helpless. You're so big and yet you're still so mischievous. Are you worthy of your 200-ton body weight? After measuring by the researchers, Jiang Shao clearly knew the weight of the humming whale. In fact, when Jiang Shao found out that the humming whale was more than 200 tons, he got a great shock. Its belly should be able to crush a group of star warriors, right? But then again, he had to find someone with a similar body size to play with. Otherwise, he would easily become a bully. Young friend Jiang. An old woman's voice sounded from behind him. Huh! Jiang Shao turned around and hurriedly stood up. Mr. D. Di Lian smiled in admiration, her wrinkled face full of traces of vicissitudes. As I expected, little friend, you've indeed come to the Dragon Cave and even offered a huge gift to China. Jiang Shao smiled and waved his hand. What's there to give? That's my mission. It's what I should do. Is this the humming whale that you brought back from the North Atlantic Ocean? The royal family of the Sima Kingdom let you take it away right under their noses, Di Lian said with a smile as she looked at the huge sail-like dorsal fin that was exposed in the lake. Jiang Shao was amused too. Seriously, Mr. D, who do you think would dare to use force on such a creature? Di Lian nodded and couldn't help but sigh. I heard that it helped the Tail Feather Group hunt a imprisoned dragon. Impressive, impressive. Ah. Jiang Shao gestured at the researchers in the distance and said, Your team members are pretty good. They didn't make things too difficult for the humming whale. Hee. Di Lian stepped forward with a smile and gestured for Jiang Shao to sit down. As you said, no one would dare to offend such a creature, and no one would be able to bear the consequences. Di Lian was wearing a white coat. She didn't care about the wet mud and sat down as well. Her cloudy eyes gazed at the calm surface of the lake, as if she could see through the surging undercurrents. I heard that your martial star transformation is very special, and you have already mastered part of the martial star transformation's functions when you were at the galaxy stage. Yeah. Jiang Shao recalled the past few days of being questioned by the military and testing the strength of his star technique. He couldn't help but grin and say, My star conversion martial arts can enhance the power of the star techniques in my star map. I've only mastered the basics. If I'm really lucky enough to enter the Starfall stage and obtain the opportunity to be enlightened, I'll be able to turn star techniques into martial arts. I believe that the strength of my star techniques will increase even more. That should include the black and white candle in your star slot. Di Lian continued. I once asked you to try using the black and white candle to rely on my fog dragon, but I didn't expect you to make the candle rely on an incredible guy. He's even stronger than the fog dragon. I was lucky. The humming whale is very intelligent. Such a creature is not something that can be subdued by human star warriors at all. In fact, it shouldn't even be owned by humans. It chose me, not the other way around. Okay. Di Lian nodded continuously and continued. The higher-ups of the Guardians of the Night have revealed a lot of information about your star pet to me. When I came, I also looked at the data given to me by the assistant. The humming whale is really too smart. In some aspects, even we humans are inferior to it. Di Lian then turned to look at Jiang Shao with her slightly turbid eyes full of admiration. What kind of person must you be to make it follow you willingly? Jiang Shao scratched his head in embarrassment. If it were anyone else, Jiang Shao would have been extremely mischievous, but he was especially respectful towards the state scholar. Di Lian had dedicated her entire life to star studies and China. She and her team worked diligently for decades to study star beads, star techniques, and star beasts. The textbooks that she compiled and published had nurtured batches of Chinese students. Such people could be considered the backbone of the country and were truly worthy of respect. Hence, Jiang Shao had always been humble when interacting with Di Lian. Di Lian suddenly smiled and said, "However, you have an interesting name." Humming bear, humming whale. Jiang Shao was speechless. Di Lian didn't put on airs either. She smiled amiably and continued, "The name of the sea-devouring robe is rather normal. Have you ever thought about the upper limit of the abilities of the black and white candle? How many star beasts can it rely on? Or is there no upper limit at all?" Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "If only I could rely on one every time I see one. Can I form an army of star beasts?" Di Lian chuckled and said, "That's a beautiful wish. I looked at the data given to me by the assistant. Your black and white candle is growing too fast. Compared to the last measurement data, it has changed qualitatively. I don't know if it's because this mutated little guy is too powerful or because of the function of your Big Dipper star map." Jiang Shao asked cautiously, "How much longer do I have to study it? How much longer do I have to stay here?" Di Lian said, "An example doesn't have much research value. Ever since we parted ways in Conkind, do you know how many soldiers in the entire country, including in Central Asia, have received the mission to travel all over the dimensional space of Mount Doom and guard the side of the holy ground day and night just to wait for a black and white candle?" Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "What's the result?" Di Lian shook her head. "So far, no second black and white candle has been found. You're very lucky." Jiang Shao smiled and said, "It's the child from Dajiang province who was very lucky. He picked up the black and white candle." "Yes." Di Lian looked at Jiang Shao quietly and said, "If you didn't save their family of 4 and the town from the crisis of Mount Doom, why would that family give this special little guy to you?" "Ah, Mr. D, don't praise me. If you continue, I'll really become arrogant." Jiang Shao scratched his head in embarrassment. Di Lian said, "You are now an important figure in the exploration of the Dragon Cave. Once the order is given, all your star beasts will be returned to you. We will not affect the progress of your mission." Jiang Shao pondered for a moment, sighed and said, "The Dragon Cave closed 3 days ago." Di Lian nodded and said, "Don't worry, it will open again." Jiang Shao sighed and said, "I thought it was because of the opening of the holy ground and the country thought that the alien ball wanted to fuse with Earth, so they mobilized a large number of troops to quickly explore the Dragon Cave. Only now do I know," Di Lian said. "Of course there's a reason you said, but the closure of the Dragon Cave half a year ago did indeed scare many people. The last time the Dragon Cave closed was 3.5 years ago. It turned out that the Dragon Cave had been closed more than once. The most recent time was half a year ago. For a moment, China and the Russian Federation were a little confused, not knowing when the Dragon Cave would open again. A month later, the tunnel of the Dragon Cave stubbornly opened again at the original location. Until today, people had not studied the special entrance of the tunnel. At this time, it was the opening of the special dimension and the arrival of the holy ground. The concept of the alien ball fusing with Earth had already been known by the upper echelons. Under the influence of many factors, the mission of exploring the Dragon Cave was reopened. However, no one expected that after half a year, the entrance of the Dragon Cave would be closed again. This time, no one knew when it would open again. Di Lian asked, "Actually, the Dragon Cave is very strange, don't you think? It's not a normal world, and it's different from all the other lower dimensions. Dilian continued, there is no concept of the passage of time in the lower dimensions of any dimensional space. However, there is day and night in the Dragon Cave, and it's a rapid rotation of day and night. Besides, the terrain there is very special. Jiang Shao nodded and said, yeah, I can feel it. It's day one moment and night the next. It's indeed difficult to adapt. Dilian suddenly asked, have you ever thought about whether there really is a holy ground in the Dragon Cave? Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Dilian. Dilian said, the power of the star techniques of the creatures in the Dragon Cave is undeniable. I think you've already experienced it intuitively. The holy ground of every space gate is extremely unstable. The star techniques of the dragons in the Dragon Cave can easily smash the unstable holy ground. In that case, why has the Dragon Cave existed for so long? This, Jiang Shao pondered for a while and said, that's indeed a problem. Dilian stretched her hand out and patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder gently. We'll have to wait for people like you to answer our questions. Jiang Shao nodded and said, it's my honor. Dilian looked at the young Chinese man beside her and couldn't help but smile happily and blissfully. The two of them fell silent and stared at the lake in front of them quietly. Jiang Shao said, I'm sorry about Little Candle's research. It doesn't want to rely on other creatures. It doesn't seem to be interested in the star beasts you found. It prefers to stay with the humming whale and the humming bear in the star map. I can't force it to do so. Upon hearing Jiang Zhao's words, Dilian said with concern, by the way, the higher-ups have given you the star dragon egg as a reward. I heard that the relationship between Black and White Candle and the star dragon youngling has been very ineffective? Yes. Jiang Shao nodded and continued, Little Candle doesn't get along with it at all. They're almost at the point where they'll fight whenever they meet, let alone rely on each other. Dilian sighed and said, after all, the dragon race is arrogant. Even if it's a star dragon youngling, it's still the most powerful creature in the world. Jiang Shao grinned and said, you weren't here a few days ago. Did you see the surveillance video? My little candle was sent flying by the star dragon's tail as soon as it appeared in front of it. Dilian looked at Jiang Shao with a smile and said, I also saw you bless the star dragon youngling. Jiang Shao looked a little embarrassed. Dilian said, in your career, you rarely encounter such star beasts that you can't tame, right? That's right. Jiang Shao smacked his lips and said, not to mention star beasts, even two to him. Anyway, once I give my blessing, there won't be any creature that won't tame me. In the end, that star dragon really won't tame me. It's arrogant to the core. It's simply a model example of, a gentleman prefers death to humiliation. Just an hour ago, I tried to cultivate a relationship with it again. Guess what? Dilian asked curiously, I wasn't there. What happened? Jiang Zhao's temper flared up and he said, really, I'm convinced. It almost self-destructed just now. Can you believe it? As soon as it saw me, it wanted to self-destruct without saying a word. It's really too unyielding, just like its father. I was so scared that I quickly healed it again. Dilian was speechless. If nothing went wrong, its father should be the star dragon that self-destructed in the grassland. As he spoke, Jiang Zhao's expression became a little strange. He said, although I've become a bad person, it seems that I've made little Jiangxue a success. Bookmark for easier reading. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.